Kari na vetebeje.
Okay.
كيفنا ينو
Yani
يكنو çekiyor.
هي دقيقة.
Ama denk cevap dedi.
Nereye?
Evet.
Nereye zanım? Nizanım çabuk bakın. Bari tamam eğer Nizanı biz gerekçe bu bari. Her tişam ederken serve.
Bir audio oyna ya.
Na.
Nereye yaşayamay?
HDMI و USB-C.
Ya bir tane denge begir.
Got the mic for the next session is going to be there at the table of the prosecution. It's going to be three of us as the prosecution, so as to not rotate on the podium.
So you're all there.
All there.
Virginage verbal.
Siz. Ama işte denk jivere cüvederiye ne belli.
Znaczy, şey verger. Denk tabii.
Denk?
Eğer bizim şey verger.
Heval. Biçe yani internet eğer bir kişine biçe ver.
You want to make a test? Test like some person to test the level is okay. You want to make
The microphone is
good. Please. I think very good.
and he's like also like, do you want to ask him something?
Ez bir ne biçe hemen var. Daha
You mean Ibrahim? I know. He has a question. Ask him.
daha ev stream dike. Audio gerek jiver bigre. Dimen ben. Ev audio normal orijinal İngilizce. Lever. Tamam. Dema ev dikre. Tamam. Denk disay kompütere ya. Ne ev ki jivera. Ev ya nafine. Denk kurdiye yeme.
We are good to go. Yes. Aida. Let's go.
Okay, left TV easier, right she could be.
Deli duruyor. Kaver heval.
Which are sound that carry right TV. These are the possible.
Left right where heval. Funkisha ki dedin. Left right
Left easy original.
kesin.
Right she. نهبلا بكون وشارة تكاري قدار كيجا تفازي بياترجع أو هذا باش
Tamam kale bidin.
بس أنا يوزي محل
Her bir şey işte.
zaten en وشارة
Mesela ne var? Her İngilizce de fazla. Bize buranın lazım. Bize buranın lazım. Kürtçe istemiyor. Çeviri yapılıyor o zaman.
aynı televizyon ediyor. Gece bu fazla biyadır.
Tamam. Daha takabete.
Daha dakik biz la bakıvın.
Ver ben de ver.
Mesela telefon bekliyor.
Kavaka çi bikizani nişan tebidim.
Aha.
Kaver denk.
Nana min femkir.
Tedbir de kevi settingsi. Tamam. Lever left right ya. Ev der ev ke. Tamam. Ev İngilizce. Denk. Tamam. VSC audio ev gırtıya zaten.
Aha.
Tamam. Tedbir ek beki.
Bu fıkra o yayın.
Tamam.
Left right.
İngilizce
Left right.
İngilizce left.
Evet.
Okay.
Tabi cerbini gudar beke bir telefonu ki ja İngilizce sediset.
Headphone çıktı.
Cava?
Headphone var şey. Headphone.
Evet.
Ya headset ya.
Naha linki daviyen bişine strimi ekneka negre.
Daha eğer tonu bir godar ki bu hek kita Kurdiye bu hek kita İngilizce. Takija da fazla bir ya.
Okay. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. On a besoin de 2 minutes.
Things we have to fix.
Alors.
رونشتا من دست پیدا کش کلمه خالجی خورون یکم کم دست بکاری خو بکن سپاس.
هذا وضع
So, Jan,
Yamen.
quiet please.
Beytengir kلمه خو.
We're starting the second session now. In
now our eyewitness, Ibrahim Sheho, is online, as you see. Ibrahim Sheho holds a bachelor's degree in law from the University of Aleppo.
شاهدی خوشی بکن.
Thank.
پارێزەر ئیبراهیم شێخۆ ئەس خەلکی عەفرین
Ibrahim Sheho comes from Afrin, and I was living in Afrin until 2018. After the occupation of Afrin, I moved to Shahba until 2024. And currently, after the evacuation of Shahba, I live in Tabqa.
أو سرقة أو جيل سبي جوان قرطن ورافاندن تربي جاليين زين وطالان مالك سبيلا دكتورن تعرفين بر دوشت درباز بي دست وردان سر مال بش خلقي كرن زيتون عفنية كرن وباجاي سوري
Thank you.
جرتجاه العفرينة وراعي والباقي.
Thank you. You did refer to prison institutions. How many you are referring to, and what are the names of the prison institutions that these 10,000 prisoners they are being detained?
جرتجاه هجمارا جرتجاه ها دكتور رئيس جرتجاه أنا فرانيا وان يعني نأون يعني تجربيشن سرينة يعني نبر تابن نبي وان إكسرا كفيشن زندانا مراتي العفرينة أنا بندية بدبشوي سبيل ولشكري نابن جرتجاه بوليس لشكري العفرينة نابندا دبستانا تجارة جرتجاها مواصلات أمنيات الفصائل جرتجاها حرب فصيلي كي جرتجاه كبيرة دمالي ولا تيانا جرتجاها راعي دربي عفرينة لنزي بابية تبي خراب خلق دل إشكالات كبير وجارة بدرسنا جرتجاها أول هاي الباب لبابي بجار بابي أو جبال جيه شاندني زراعة دولة تسويق زراعة أو جبنا جرتجاه دور درجي بركسي جارة بدرسنا جربيجاه حوار كلس الأساس يوري تركيا فراني ولاتي من الراعي الكلس بحوار كلس جيانا قدسدان أنا حابب بدون كنترولا فرقاية سلطان مرغدا بفسوري وان إس فرقاية فهيم عيسى.
Thank you. How have family members of detained individuals been threatened in regards to finding out information about their loved ones?
مالبات هجمار نادي يارج بركو حر كسب تقدر مالبات ديوان كم ديوان تقدرن يعني حتى هذا مالبات نكمل النبحسي الوابدن والناجي بين الرمضان أن أو كس هاتن الرمضان أو قرتن جبال محمي كسي هاتن قرتن الرمضان يعني قفل سر والجهبي يعني هجمار ما بيتري ده عزب كس يعني وطيوي حموه مالبات ديوان قفل سر وان كس نكمل بحث قبطية خبرتن ياجي جارنا ترين جران ما جاي ددن هم كسان حتى كونن وان بشو بين البلد.
Thank you. And speaking of, what is the reason of the detention of these people, the detainees?
حمول جداري جريداي ارتشان التوي اج ونفري وشتركتين سلطان مراد سلطان سليمان شاه عبد الشافي حمزات معتصم بالله احرار الشرقيه الجيش الشرقيه يعني اجمرهم يتم بيستروبن دري عارفين دور بيشتي من بيكنا لكن ولا تقدر رابين السبيلة وباشتي نستوي رانستي بوليسي ناشكري لكن هاوشي بدامون قبل وطن بمينن حتى بجايش ولا تقدر نستينن دادن دادير.
So if I understand well, so we are not aware of the reasons that the detainees are kept in detention.
حجات دوان جبو يعني حجات جبو قرابن والغطيان دبورا وطن بكن دوري كوشبار بكن التهمات دوان حجات دوان جريدانا غير وخصها عبر العفريني وبحجاته يا انضمن هزن لشكري هزا رزباري عفريني بوينامي او كس يتشبه فلسطينا جروب كي يعني انيميشن اجيباتي يعني وقت فلسطين ضد يتفتح فقط حمو يعني هاجر ساعات كيجي فلسطين او بيجي سويتش و بشتي مجال سكينه وانا تيم باردون اي تاريخ واحد اتنبشي جزاء والدران تبرل ودستي استقرار كيف تجيبها.
In regards to women, Mr. Shepherd, in what ways have women been targeted, including, from what I understand, this is related to forced marriage and kidnapping and others.
جنتي بشت راستي في كرناطين وقت ظلام أوجي بحجتها يا غير خسارة يا بحجتي يعني بحموها هواي تين قبتن إشكنجاج قبل بجارنا كاتشيك تشالن بضبية وين لكن نراس وي بسبب الحوار جاكدارنا وناشي عاوز من حجات يا غربين يا بكرن يعني وري قبتن يا فهماني ليه ولد إسلامدن وتم موافي جنجي وايدات جهنا أو كتجاه الدنيا والسلام إشكنجة لبن بدست السلامة جن حتى وان تشتي اخلاق سزي حتى وان ذكرن وبتني وان يعني ذكرن معنوي و جار ماشي دستريشي تيجي الوقت كرن جبوك وانبن فرض بك يعني ساد جنك فرض كرن دستريشي سكسي سحر كرن حتى وانبن سلام يختار دهندري قرديجاه ده أو السلام حتى قرديجاه زندان الأمن السياسي عفرينيا يعني هو جن دستريشي ذكرن وبالي ويجي كاتشن 28 صالي دقرتيجاها شرطة عسكرية العفرينية بوليس العسكري دستريشي سلوجي كرن وكومين يعني سيكا ستوركاس هو بوليس العسكري دستريشي سلوي جنيكال أو كاتشتي كذا وخنجي واجي كاسين مطلب جرتن لدوا بدست استخبارات تركيا فرقاية حمزات لعفرينيا نوباندا أصلي شوكري دست فرقاية حمزات نهواجي بقراني دستريجي لسر واحد كرن وبشتي سر براندري دار قالتي زحفي هو أتن بردان وتبغى جايون أسفندن لحميكشتن يعني ببيكرن حمو عليه دستريجي.
Thank you.
Mr. Sheho, is there any due procedure or trial for the arrested individuals at all? And if so, what are the types of sentences that are being imposed?
ضوجها التالي هي العفرينية يرجي لعزاز هي حدد جريداي أو هنا ارتشا لدولنا جباشي شرطة عسكرية بوليس العسكرية أو ضمن أريد محامينا أو ورزارة أو ضدجها ديجن لجريداي استخبارات تركينا جبرويجي أو جي يعني حملوا بيكرني بحق ويجبتيها ناطنة بحث ناطن وسيسال شرطة لوان زندان الماضي ويجي بحث ناطن ثاني روز درجة الشغل جاهه وجرات حسبنا وتجري جواد السنة وجواد السنة وبناء تسمية يعني لها المصطلحات كل شيء هو يعني اتفاق.
How are underage civilians, specifically small children, treated in their country?
وانا تشاور سين هدف كرتن ويعني روشة وان تشاور ثلاث جوزر
كسل 8 وقت يعني كيف حد الاستفصالي يعني وقت ميناء زندانة قتيجاها الشرطة البوليس العسكري لعب فيني وغرض دبستان التجارة يعني وقت مالبات في إطار أطفي وبيستو تشارج الترتيبين بيستو بين زارو بمراضي وحمول زارو كماشي لتشاور عن بتشيد بين هوج بتذكرن درمان نظر مثلا ورد تداوي كرن وعلى كرن تنبي أو زارو شو بين يعني تشد سري مكرن سري وز ونقاش كرن يعني وجهه دين جوار جنن ده يرجع نعطي بقتن لقال حمزات هوج عين جنك زارو كي يجربي ويجي يبع صدقه أن زارو حتى هوج الإشكالات اللي هو يعني إشكالات شواب بتسيبين أو ببيت كرن يعني بحكي وضعات كرن تفرق وجدامه بعد لا تشي بيرجع شيء الشاب الصالي دستريجي سكسي بآلية بوليس سربازية العسكرية عقلنا واجي كرن تفرق وجدامه كرن النهار تمانية.
In regards to the discuss further, is there anything else that you wish to add as we were just by
از قانون سر زیاده بکن یعنی روشی جنه می کرد لعفرینه او لدفعه دستاری قانونیه بس بیترسی لعفرینه جبرکو خلقی مرده مقامه قالك يش كان جاء حقي وهات الكلام بيكرن هات الكلام يعني آلية كان جاء كلام بكارة يعني بتعزيز وان كان جاء كلام بالي كارة بآلية دزدیجی به آلیین لیدان به خرطوم کس به آلیین آبلوات بکرن به آلیین گوتنین خراب به حق واد بکرن اعانه بکرن هرتش محمی دستیوان دم قدرن رادگاه کس مقداری آبلوات و تهمت وانشي جراند انها حتى النهارده المدرب زندان راعده دهجن جزاء وكتبين شوان دو جزاء اعدام من وكشتن اللي بنقوا اعدام تكنون هذا جزاء حقيقه الوجه بنقولين تقين اي الوقت انا بوان درجات تقاضينا بتهمت الجرائم يكسن هالماني مولد ديوان وكشتنا فرق ودنا وجابنا قاتل بيس دار او جن قاتل جفتن وحتى نقاش العفريني فيه فيش بسرعه راندن بحث مواد كده راندن الراعي فكس دوز واقع نشوف
I ask for justice. Okay, دماغ جوديشال تاني البشتي مجارة عافي الإنسان مجارة تنفع دسي برسنت اشتغلنا تريد حصل الموضوع بشكل نازل البستان الزارقة اللي هو ده القتلام الزارقة قد تقدم دور قانوني تحصل الموضوع ده شو إيش نجار يكوي تعرفين كيفرو كودو ده إيش ده هذا الكرتون الرسالة السبيل أبو وإيشا إيشا كبيجودايبو رسالة دافعني كيفرو الفاظن رسالة ديموغرافيا تعرفها برسمكو أركز يعني الدبوري دافعني نتوري يكوي أركز عارفين كوتش بار مقاطعون تعرفها تتكلم سر المجارة كوتش بار مناش عارفين دراسة تعرفها سرنا هم شاهدية هم جي من القانون نريد خمر القانون.
أنا كوتشباري هريم الشهوة وتناقض جي بجار الرفع كذي أو جي وقت هريم الشهوة ضد نص كده دردورة بيس تحذر ولكن كوتشباري العقلية ورد جام كده والكلام يومها دردورة سيح حذر كسر السنة عربي وبجاري الكلام هو جام كده جبر هذا السادس مرة عفوني اللي سكبي جبر ويجي مدينة حردم إيديشن دولة تركيا وعبالبند وين أبتشتنا دوي لسه وين هني حردم تشدبي ببالافرانج جرا ليدودار جارجي بتانجي جرا إيديش ود كده جبر هو يعني أنا جبر هو بالزوري يعني مدينة أمجيه بدينا أنا الودة بلدنا وخلق مجي يعني مدراء هنكي لسه هم مدبين يعني لاتيني عفنية كوزبر روجي دنيا روج هواي هنكي باش بي دام باكستاني بديه مهارة دولة ديار كانون ياكا ده حضر دولها ساعة سيسي بالافرين أو أرتشا تركيا بتانجي جران وأولبند يمين أرتشا ندوي إيريش باجارة رفعت كمان للجهة المكسيكي هي الصورة السورية وده الميجي أو جوار قادر ضروري بلاد ليستن ضرب روجيه وروجيه روج هذه جرمائي بتشكي روجي بدي صافي ده ليستن وده أو إيريش وده هاد ميكانين ده كاس جيانا دستان قرباني جوان حش ضروري من ثمانية ماه بيشتري يازدستاني الشيربي و كلاب وانجي بيبتدي دو سكس في ديارة أو بريدار بي برين جرار هم جابي وانتي من دستواتي جوابي صح حس دارو تداوي حوشي يعني روش وغير والبتين درنا يعني حدام مثلا هاتن درنا كده اجي جيارة بسلامة هاتن وغيرتن ل هاتن مجوك موافق روبان ما بلجاكرن نابيوان حمودة بين الشامل وما حدا بشوفان بدروس زمانا يعني لبجارة الرفعة هردم هدف قبل بي جاء تركيا راجي هذه تركي وهذه أرتيشة نتالي راجي يعني دحر فرقيس بيتشار جار دل ليش كرن لودا بري كيسا شاشة بلداري جار دل كيسا كاسين دل عاطل هدف قبل بين قرباني حميز إبراهيم زاروك بي أنا كارتر جتشينا عرضات شاندنية جبود دبارة قلت حميشي خلقي عفوني بسهم الأول قد يجبر عفوني بدري أو ضوابط أرمانشترين وبيدرجي دحصل وحتى دولة حتى دحصل بيش تشار ما هو البلد الشفان ليجار ما هو البلد فيه البارد يترفع درب كاتن جبر ليش تستوى القربي بتنسيق سنوابي يعني تحصل الدولة حيث حتى دحصل بيش تشار بيبتدي شش جاران ليش تستوى هذا الكلام بين بلافرين بيمروا هم بطاقة جدران وجبر وشي تكليين ما وقت ولا كمان وقت استمر بكون جوه والبرنا قطبي حركة زلوتي يعني روشوانشي حتى نهار بكون الراس بشوفينا جبر بو هاو تكليين أمان ما تستشير بين السنة ديالوان أو وجارة رفعة الجارة دل حتى خلق مالك جبر بي يكسر يودا برای مابیشی خاصی اشتنجا جار دل هاتن بدستن گروپ حمزات و عمشات اگریتای و باشد رفعتنا لحمی کین نخار کراهیه داخل نبرد کلمه نشان.
برسان دویین نظر و ایش مرا و مشاهدنا در پرسیانا در مسئله برفران ایزا کرد از تنت خاطر بسال سر وان سرنيدان مالباتا برسم تيجيات وقت أنزانن هناك مالبات معمول بقول هناك مالبات زاركي وان ليش لهاتهم كتذكر تدوكيمانتاسيونا مالبات تذكر أو تبما سازدي مالباتويلا باربة تذكر الشلوات ساعد كم تيجيات وان مالباتا قطبية تذكاري يعني سربي يعني سدماري برفراش مرة إنسان تجارة كناس
صدموا أو إيريشين بردوام ذكر السربي هني ما ترسي جمع البطل شكله طيبات شيء وما البطل زوجي وان أو يعني خلتي وما البطل كجريندار فينا أو أجيانا بدزمانه دبي سبب جوه ده بري باردن بري تكون جهة جدا يعني يا شيء حنا يا يعني دربار ضد الشيء لتشتي حيثي مهنة الدولة اليوم كانوا يكون حجر استشار أو كشبري الشهوة والرقعة شديد بري خضار وفرجة سوريا حلبة عفرين جبال أو تكيرين موالبات حمينة يعني مثلا هذا البلد أرض روشمان تدريمان في حلبة في بفرجة سوريا للعفرين هذا شبنا عفرين شيء قالوا تجار من ذلك يوم أنا كنت بيستجيب بتوانن تكلي بكن برضو راس إيش إجوان قرتنا هاي إيش كان جهنا وأم هولد حتى نهارجي أم روشة والبرنا بشوفينجن الكبن أم دوزوا بشوفينج برضو مكار دوان برضو كرني دوان إدم دوي بس إجوان قرتنا رابندل ل أم زحمتي دي بينا حتى نهار أمكن خلونا والبرنا بينا إجبار رقم التلفون بمواجه حكمة البلاطن يعني أنا نزل أفضل كيف بدري ما فيش تساليوات.
لسان شنوه انت بقى كارن بيجن يعني تلفتي يعني بيجن نتني مالبات وقال روجافا تقات الكرر دهمان دميدا جبلا بوجبريا بداري زوري دلتك نمايك وأر مالبات مع في خواه بقرر وأر مالبات برجع بكن دوكيمانتاسيون بكن ياجب نتني مالبات حقوق ناس ايه ما في مروان دباريزن يعني جبلا بوجبريا بداري زوري دلتك نكو ام دوكيمانتاسيون جدي و لباي ما فين بان مالبات جدي بشو نوی شروعات چیه وقت کسی که معفی مروان لروجا بقالیز
يعني راستي دل بعد الشوط يعني خلق ما يعني وقت شلقان وقت استماع مروان ما تشاور روشة بعد شوطان ما تفاص دنجي واب بقيستان جفاقنا دولتي سازين ما في مروان لمخابن يعني هف كشبري بي سدامي مازن ما نقول ام دنجي وان بيكين دنجي وان ما تذكرن ام دخاص دكن وقت روجي يعني مثلا اسباسيا بطبيعه دكن بحمو كسي هيئات هاتدار مشتن كسي تهدار دكن وقت شوطارن ام خازن زختك لسر تركي ورقرن وقت دولت کی دولت کرد وقت هزیم تشکدار اپوزیسیون سوریه ام طالبن يعني هب تكلي وما بطلنا ورد شيء كده دادي ورد بكرن يعني خد قانب بكرن جين ورد خا أم الهاب شو بتجبن أم قانبن جنبه ويدو في ذاك رد ماشي قانون يعني بيروش نها كده فاتي بكرن وهب بيس سدامة تشي اللي كسر دروازي هريمين دامن كري ببن نكانن دوز أقوى بشو فينن أم جهبي دكن بالا كرنا بيس تشكدارن لدفرين بغتري داوي بالعقيمة وأمجارة والبطنات تكليف بكن ومتفاضلشي بريا كسل على قدار مكونات تكليف جاردن دوبارة بكن والبطنات در واقع كارك مرة كرن جبو بخلق خصم مغدوران دريدار
Mr. Shekhar, how would you respond to the arguments that, yeah, well, this is a war situation and people are displaced just by war? I hear you say, I hope that they will go back, but is this really a matter of just running from the war, or is there more to it? Some say that this is ethnic engineering. So could you comment on this question? Because if it's just displacement by the war, it's one thing. If these people are deliberately pushed out of their land to be replaced, it's another thing involved.
هريما ما از كاسي عقلانية وقتی داریم کنن بزوری بشکل گران ام جعفر در کدن خوش بدونه و که همون کسی نور مانشی پرانی آوان بکرن حقی واقعی کنن و قالك کی خلص استفاد بيه الجبال وأقول جد السوري نتوان بقر جيل وارد يعني ده خاصة من خاصة ملاتي هنا أم بقر داريج برا بكرن هم هزين شكدار جواه هنمي فاكشن جبالكو حتى هم تشكدار هذا أرامينية وحمود خلق المدين وانا دبن كاركولا تشكدار هذا بطلنا جيانا خبر دعوان بكن وجبالكونا بس سجل الشاب يكرن سجل الشيء رباطي يكرن عيشين حد دارين بالسازية وين هنمي كرن تزيد فلان كرنا لجوارنا ديموغرافيك شيء كرن بحق بالواد داري قرطنا المستوطنات أو جذبين يقينيا مستجدين يجي هذا ما بكر ده كل شيء لحظ يعني أو يقينيا الوقت أو بكر وهذا الشيء ببنس سلام خلق ما نقطع بكرة جبال محمود خلق بعد جارج راستي إيش كان جاكن واجه إدراك خاصة والدوان هذا ديوان أكن جارجنا بديشن هذي دكان خلق ما أو خلق ما بجرد برادارة بي سازين نظام دولتي أم خاصن جارد أم وقت خلق ما يكرد ما بجرد جيه وهر ما جبوا أم تين كركرين جنوسايد حقيقي كرين وقارنا ديموغرافيك يعني بردامية وده وفرانية العرب وكمان الله من جهكرين أم جي كرد أم بوري بالنسبة لنا أم بجرد وجبو تركيا ناقص يتوقع برنا ديموغرافيك بسكني بنام بكتير إشكنجة دار دستي هزم تشكر بحق خلق ماي السبيل الكردي وده بارد الإنجن وظهروا اشتغل دبن هاوج دبن سدام خلق ما نتواني بقى الجن وغيرها أم هبي دكتور أم ضافاز دكتور بالله خلق عفني هر داريوان بكرن أبز تشكر وده بارد الشين أم بقى الجن وغيرها أم ناصري عفري بدار الزيتونة زيتون من جاردن أم بقى بدار الزيتونة أم جانا خبر دوام دكتور ما في كلية جوار بيجن هاب مساقة ما في مروبان حضرتك شلو حاجة ما في ماء أم جيان بكنج ما في ماء أم بردوامية حياة أطفال جيانا خبركن أم يعني حرق أرفك الماء ما في مروبان ده نشارة حمود جيانا أم زي ملاتي كرد بش جوي جيانا جشتينة أم تفاصل أم روشة واتشار سريك ولكن أم بقرن إشتي يعني حفصل درواز من يعني شخص درجة بدرجة خلق ما ظلم وصورة هدية المدرين كرامي جيانا قد دست نانج خمو قهرة دست الجغل.
Thank you. Could you comment? You said that the population is replaced by Arabs and Turkmens. Could you explain to the judges how that is happening and who organizes this and who brings these people to replace you, or is it a spontaneous movement? Could you please elaborate on that?
هاك وجبري جروجا ياكلا حجداي دو حيشتي ازار ده حزار ودو حيش دم وجبري شيبي ودمي زدتني سياسة حزار ولطين كرد بيشتي الشام السرعة فتح حميل وضو بيشترن وشاكي جران براني خلق جبري جبربو اقدر جانا قدس لنا مدري مثلا ويدنجي فاصل ده كفن مبوكم كوجي وقت شكلش المحمودية بري حجداي آزاره مدرسي قالك شيبين خلق مجبور بيد الشراء مرة بري خضراء هريم الشهوة زيتري سياسة حزار اللي عيني وجادن 450,000 عربي أوردا وتركمان بدستين هذه جروبين بداية تركيا وتركيا جواب دولات في دولتات برجوالي والعفرينية عمو ريباندي كنترول ايوان يعني هباش هذه الجدارة هي أو دروازي وده بريك الترانسس بينجح حضر ده حضر ده سؤالين ده سبيكي ده حضر ده حاجة متعرض حتى دوية ده حضر بيست سي اشتي فلانسوس بعد شيكرن لما عدهات شيبية إجماع عربي محمودة فرانية عربي تتمجي أنا بيست ده بيتي حسد وتشال حضر عربي بدردي إجماع مكردا أم بيشتي ده كاتن ده مثلا بينجح حضر يعني هاري بلد نهار ده كله حضر فربينا وان لما اشتكنجات كان جروب الشكل جديد وانا مالباتي وانا وحمي بالذكر حتى مكترن ومكوجي كترن لجندريسي مالباتي تشار والوطي الشاب الجاج منوزي ده حزار وبيستو دكرن وجاردن او هو ايه ده حزار بيستو جاردنجي ان ديساجي حقي والوطي كدن ظهور مطوشتن بجروب شكل جيش الشرقية عميشي هذا برماية بيخصنا داعش تنظيم وتوليدنا وتوجيه المواجهة حتى لها المافي والولقيان نجدن وناضل فراستن وقفل مواد كرن وعمل زهروكي وجردن سجن هاجر البحث وابتن يعني برانية وان عربي تندراو وتركمان الويدا دارجيان بكن كرد الماء ناتشار مانا بيخدين كسر بشتوان نيلن تاني سوجي وان لوان حيوان بتن بس كتبه وان ده حيوان بتن ليه عربي وان إليش جروب يتشجع بتكن إليش وان بتكن خفي شدانة شيء بتكن كس يعني وان بتنجي تمبر بكرد ما الودرة لا يبردانش بعد كرد في جميع خده أو خلق كرد زمان كردي أو جبي سدمك جبو ما بيجي وانا بتكن
I have one last precision I would like to ask you before all the members of the court have But you said they brought in these Arab and Turks. From where? Where did these people live originally, and how were they brought in? From which area were they brought to the Kurdish areas that were first depopulated?
أو على بس عناصر السوري يعني جغوطاي شرقية وجغاط دردورة الشام وجاري بيداي الشامي يعني أنا ببين دردورة الشامي إيه حمصي إيه حماي إيه حلبي إيه درزوري حمي هطل درباس العفني كده إيه درعاي ليه تركمان حلبي هذه وجاري حلبي هذه دردورة حلبي هذه تركمانيا خمسية النهار تركمانيا حماية هذه وغزني شامل سيف في هذه مثلا تركمانيا عارفين جروبا فرقة الحمزات بسيف بسيف والسيف أبو بكر ولاد وجروبا أو فرقايا السلطان سليمان شاه عم الشاب محمد جاسم أبو عم الشاب أو أخوه خلكي حماية تركمانيا وفهيم عيسى مدرسيالي فرقاء السلطان مراد أبو تركماني حلبة طاقة هلوكي وجرح.
And so you said they were brought, but do I understand well that these were refugees who were in Turkey and then brought to the area, or because if you say they come from other places like Damascus, who convinced these people to go to this area, and how did that work? Is it refugees that were previously in Turkey, or who convinced these Arab people to come there? We are informed that there is a method to try to fix it now and reconnect.
وإذا البريد حاسد هو بمولانا هو يعني مطلوب إنه يعني يجي دستورات كبيرة.
معناه بريز الشيخ وتم نعرف عن كلامهم بكار من برامج الباشا كارن جاري كده بس إذا قلت
مو فيش الفرقان مالي مال يكون يوان حتى وجودني مال ورا
كارن جاري كده نوبا تسيبرن جلس بيك حمو جاري كده نوبا سيبرن بكون إنترنت كتو
بكون أو هوكال في هوكالنا حمو فجرة الدنيا بالي فرقان حقيقية لها بتريد مقدرة روسيا وال كنترول عقلية وقانون دبابة في الفيدرالية الديمقراطية ودولات التركية وده منها كلام كبير جدا من العسكريين عشر سنوات تركيا راضي وقاية رجلات ودبابة الدولة حلبي قادات الديمقراطية لكن لها بالي روسيا راضي على عقلية قادات التركية وده اللي همو خلق الإدارة القانونية وان الدستي وان في النظام انظام جروب الشركات حميد فريق دار عقلية وجوارة حميد مش دست وفرتن يعني مال الكردان جن الكردان عبد الكردان عم ثروات كرن وليه تركي يعني عارفين كل كاس ومكتب جديد كذا ثروة وقام تجاري لبر مناص كرن وعارفين برا بالضبط كرن جروب الكردان البارويج ما يكون برا عمود اشتعال المال المنطقي هو حتى جن المال وثروات البارويجي أب جروب خلاص عموم والمادة الدفاع 20 دفاع لبازي حقيقي.
We asked the questions we wanted to.
Thank you. Do the judges have questions for this witness?
Sorry, question. Is Turkey state, the Turkish state is occupying power in Afrin?
يعني صغير كبيرة برضو عمو مالي تركي وده يجب كمان وناي سنوي تركي رجع في بعض شو بدي درع نظرة أي مجلس هذا استاذي هذا تدم فاندا تركي حتى نوزندا أو فاندا تركي بالنسبة للعرب موالي تركيا إهاتاي بكيري عروش بعد عيش دم الصديق إيه عقلي دوام إيه ولا تفتح الثاني بعد شهر تشتغلوا لنوزندا عقلية نور سواء عقلية كبيرة بالنسبة للدكتور عقلية تركي أو تركيا أو الدكتور الجماعة فالمسألة العقلية نحن رجل مسؤولية عن هذا ولي تركيا ودري المدة وقت حبوش وهو المسألة عمو ريحتين العقلية وسرداني الشان التركي كان عقلية وجريدايا أو الشاب وأنا بندي يعني الأولية فرماتيدا حتى ضل جهة عقلية بكتيريا فرماتيدا زمان تركي سركي ليلة تركي فريق تركي زدري سبورت فريق كذا نصنع السوري ولكن كذا وان بتركي عربي فشوف أنا حتى مركزنا أو مبادئ أو بريء تركي فريق وان دبل عقلية الشبه بريء وان حبي يعني أول ديتا عقلية بريء تركي بالتاريخ السنوية بدأت زمان في مكتب الرئاسة وداير شغل ديكي مبادرنا أو إنتاج عمود ديتا عقلية بريء مبادرنا الداير تركي إلى مبادرنا يعني حميتش وحتى الصور التركي دي جراج بالذات احنا عارفين بين كنترول المدرسه وزير القانونيه تركي دي كنا تحضر ممتاز البرلمان التركي اللي بتحتوي كده انا الان عارفين الرياضه دي وقام ديكون الويل ده طبعا برضه او الكوريا وان ده يحتاج فرصه جاد يعني هاوس تكنيك اشكالها او من ذلك برلمان تركي ده جدا للهندسه نظام الدم تركيا او كده يعني انا قلت لك كل شيء ده بحث لنا سوا هو عارفين الطلاق سوا هو في كده حتى عارفين جدا يعني امس ريجوليشن عارفين هرين في وزاره تركيا وجدولتي عارفين في بدايه هرين جدا برضه قضايا عارفين يعني نسي قضايا عطوية الإسكندرية وتمكن وزير البرية عقلنا هو بحث جديد نفر في بحث عقلية ربستي حكمة الشامل يعني نفر أسباب ونجي بحث كنها.
Mr. Sheho, good afternoon or good evening, wherever you are. I commend you for the work that you do as a director of human rights organization in Afrin and Syria. I think you've done a very good job in monitoring human rights violations in Afrin. But I wanted to ask if it's possible for you to answer. You were saying about prisons in Afrin and that some of them are hidden. I was wondering how you were able to locate these prisons and that if these hidden prisons still exist to this day. Thank you very much.
لأن بغير كسر الجرسية يشتغل رمضان ويريد التجارة مع الله فالجاكسة تقول حقيقة إنت التجارة البطال إذا بتكسر مجموعة بريد مثلا التجارة التجارية في ولا شيء يعني هذه البريد الفضل هذا نبي هو مثلا أنا واشتريت لو اشتريت أو نرفع العقلية أمارتي لسنا الشريف العقلية ومواصلات الوزارة العقلية في القناة الاتحاد العربي يعني أبدا تشتكي حتى وصلنا لكن بعشق النبي يعني مثلا وقت حتى في هذا الرجل يعني وقت مع بالفش زي كل رجل لأن عميل تسكين في الهابط ما بينهار بالكل وعميل تفضي معطل أو أنت تنزل جاي في مثلا الوزارين وقت بعشقنا المحطة تريني اسمها تريني الراجل أو الدرجة اللي جزء أضافي يعني هذا الحوار تلبس هذه الإجراء ما في تسكين وقت تسكين وراعي وإستخدام في البعض أنا حتى الجبران بدون ذلك استمتعت بالوزارات الدين والوزارات الدين عميل بالزوي واضح بالزوي حمصاتي راعي أول شيء بالزوي صار
Thank you very much. I'm wondering if you can share examples for the Kurdish community that still lives in Afrin. What kind of discrimination do they face? Because you said the schools, the signage, etc., are in Turkish and Arabic. So what are some of the discriminatory actions that are being experienced by Turkish
قراني راسي جبتني رمضان كسر محتاج لرمضان في رمضان حد دور البلد ايش كان جاب حتى موجود مثلا فرض البلد هذه كاجتواء ولا عقد بيت طلاق مجهود ذي مدة تطلع عقلية نوع الحلاجين وخروجات الى موضات الفرد جارنا موجود في كتب يفرد كده حدث كرديا وكأول بس لو هو الجمهورية هذه على الدولة أو تركمان المسؤول بالسوق ناكل مناطق يوجد جازات موفقة لكل الأشخاص زيتون عقلنا يعني تصديق مستوى رواد حتى ضروري في فلسطين وجارين على الموضوع الجارين جمعي واجا وإذكارات مال دوان قراني بدل من كل مال إخراج مال وان هذا يعني برغم مثلا مال إخراج فرد جسمه برد فرد وكالات شركة غير ما تسوي على ده هو كالات حمي قدرات كده وشنا وان حال دور زيتون سبيوان مستقبل ذكر ولا مجدود دوين ده وفرد رسمي خلف بني قبل زمان حتى نهاري على الحب الدماء كيف بدماء مال ملكي وانا طيبات بدون كنترول فرقع مشاطر محمد جبل ده كان طلب الصالح لسه من ذلك الدراسات الطبيعيه ونجي الاخيرا تشتري على بعض مثال في حكايه قانونيه هل أنكر بها حالات جدا جدا تكون من رمز الشخص العقلية الدنيا باجات فاصل توشش حاضر يعني هذا تبان يعني قسم أنا بقى لنا الأنبار المالات وضعت يفيش كي مالوي على الهودات بس وضعت من ترس هاي صار حيش أو شك وفينجر ده ما يبغى قسم كل مرة وضعت فيه تبانون من وضعت السفر الكحل نقدر نقولها بالسن أمريكا كرد جاب حسب التلاتين بعد ما تصير تروي جدا تشتي فهمت حدان يسوي أنا الثاني هو الكلام ولا عبر السلطان بحب المنبر إعلانات الجنس عقارات الجنس إلى حتى وظيفة الظروف يوضح كل برامج ظروف يفضل تشتي حد كامل السر إيش بالضبط كان كرد خنزير كرد في فرقات كرد كافر اللي أمثلة وكذا وحتى الخلف الدار اللي يلزميش في بيجي على فرقة عبادات الشيطان كان اللي إيش واجب كان واللي واجب طبعا كان يعني موجود في منطقة كردستان أولى إسلامي في بالنسبة في واجب في كردستان الإسلامي باكستان أولى وقع هذا الشيء العقيد هنا تصفيق جرب مواطن قرارات وقد الرفيق لحد أستطيع على قرارات أو ماشي على صانعي حمل تشتغل أصلاً عقلي بتكن واجرتي ودرعة وطيرجنار وخمسة وقت ونبيل لكن قصة ويشي فردة وقرارية حتى ويش كثير ويجار تضرب بكيش حقنا
Is it the case that Kurdish children at school are not allowed to be taught in their language?
الماضي الوردي أبدي عربي والتركي أبي حتى استثمار استثمار هؤلاء المجهول التركي هذا القول لا تقبل العربي والتركي مجهولين هذا الزمان معروف رأس كلمة ويبقى تسوي حصيل وقت شيء كسروي دراسة ويبقى التركي لا التركي ما تركيش عربي وحموش ممثل تركي الثاني من الوضع يتم شيء يكون ممثل فاضل مثلا جاي كده يقدر يقدر يستفيد منه يقدر يجي ممثل زمان وقد كما زمان في حتى بالنسبه للمستند في ايش تدور في فضل الثلاث أنا هذا لو ممكن بروفيسور في التكرار في عربي المبتدئ الموافق تمام الصمم فبيجي تروش خلاص في هذا رمضان العقيد هذا الجو رمضان يبقى القرآن قال في ذلك ناس ومن يقول بالقرآن بشر رمضان بالقرآن
Thanks so much, Ibrahim Sheikho, for your testimony and your work. You have mentioned that nowadays there is a court functioning in Afrin, and I don't know which law is applied by this court. Is directly the Turkish law, or what kind of law is applied by this tribunal?
أنا في قانون الدولة يكون بالغ، أنا في قضية الأمن والشرطة. أمور التطبيق هذا غرامات مش بحالة عندما الطيار هنا فمثلا تحصل في ولا جبتنا في مثلا حضر ليلة في نفس الجيش في قانون المسؤول هو يعني تطبيق السياسي اللي بيقول يوجد بالتكرار تنفذ فالقانون ده مش كده في الوقت صار لازم مثلا يبقى تفسر وقت فاطمه زي القانون والرسالة ورا القرار او التفسير القانون هو نازل يعني قاضي هذا الكلام الإكرامي يعني القانون هو نازل.
Thank you very much, Ibrahim Sheikho, for your wonderful work and your testimony today. I think we have to bring your testimony to a close and hand back over to the prosecutors to present the next witness. Thank you very much. Now we will go on with the next case, and with that, the next case will also be very useful to understand all the context, will be helpful and supportive. This time we will focus on another region where there was again airstrike attack, and the outcome is once again forcefully displacement of the civilians. The prosecution invites Urko Azurza, who is the co-president of the IDH, a lawyer from Basque Country and a former senator.
Thank you very much, distinguished members of the Permanent Tribunal of Rojava, colleagues of the prosecution team. The prosecution team will now be presenting the following case. The bombardment and attacks and following occupation of the villages of Tel Abjad, Kirestai, Marasabay, and Terekanide. They put bilingual names in Arabic and Syrian. During Operation Peace Spring, they discriminate attacks on the population, including the use of white phosphorus, and displacement, occupation, and ethnic cleansing. Many of the facts and findings that I will present are quite similar to the previous presentation, but I hope that they will help to the tribunal to make a kind of pattern of behavior of the Turkish state and its allies. In my presentation, we will going to refer to the attack and bombardment of the villages of Genocidal and Canadian during Operation Peace Spring, elements of indiscriminate character affecting civilians, and the use of white phosphorus during this operation by the Turkish military forces and allied militias, the subsequent displacement of the population living in the area and its character. I will refer to the demographic alterations in relation to minorities, the occupation of the villages by Turkish military forces and allies after the attack, followed by the subsequent looting and house and land seizure in the referred villages, human rights abuses and violence in the occupied territories which prevent return of displaced people, and finally, elements of forced settlement and repopulation, and as a consequence of all of this, the demographical changes and ethnic engineering in the area. I will base my presentation mainly in written reports, evidences that include themselves testimonies, figures, analysis, pictures, and videos. I will also include a recorded questioning by myself, but due to limited timing, I will just refer to them and hand all the documentation to the Tribunal at the end of this presentation. As I say, we will focus on facts and findings within the legal qualification of this related chain of the prosecution. Some comments on the background of the case of these attacks on Pelagya and Unassigned. It's called Operation Peace Spring. On 4 October 2019, President Erdogan announced his country's plan to launch a major military operation in northeastern Syria called Operation Peace Spring. 6 October, Erdogan declared that the operation's goal was, quote, neutralize terror threats against Turkey and led to the establishment of a safe zone, and I stress, facilitating the return of Syrian refugees to their homes, end quote. According to Turkish media, AA, I quote, the plan was to resettle 2 million Syrians in a 50 kilometers wide safe zone to be set up in Syria, stretching from the Euphrates River to the Iraqi border into the mountain. On 6th of October, the then US President Donald Trump, following a conversation with Erdogan, announced the withdrawal of the US forces from the region, facilitating the Turkish operation. And Erdogan launched the Operation Peace Spring on October 9th. Turkish forces, supported by factions in the Syrian army, affiliated with the Syrian interim government, entered the villages, and the fighting ended about 10 days after with 2 agreements. An agreement between USA and Turkey on the 17th of October, and a Russia-Turkey agreement on the 22nd of October. All those previous comments are based on major sources that I include in my presentation, file number 4. The bombardment of the villages of Judicial and Canadian during Operation Peace Spring, evidences of its indiscriminate character, and the use of white phosphorus during the operation. According to the UN Independent International Commission of Inquiry on the Syrian Arab Republic, in the document to the Human Rights Council 43/57, the UN declared that in carrying out aerial attacks, the Kurdish Air Force employed aircrafts, including drones, and precise munitions. The Syrian National Army, financially and logistically supported by Turkish forces, formed part of the ground forces. According to the same UN report, most casualties were inflicted in the early days. UN refers to several incidents affecting civilians. In paragraph 50 of the said report, on 10 October in Kamsili, in the neighborhood of Kalubek, at around 4:30 p.m., a mortar hit a civilian house, resulting in the death of a boy and seriously injuring one girl, age 8, and one boy, age 11. The children were playing outside when the attack took place. The attack also killed an elderly woman who was passing by the time of the incident. Witnesses described the Kalubek neighborhood as a civilian area, with no military activities. Paragraph 51, on 12 October 650, an ordinate hit a temporary medical point located in a school in Salvia. Go slow. We have the H's here. Okay. Paragraph 52. In another incident on 12 October, a convoy consisting of between 70 and 80 vehicles and including up to 400 people was traveling from Tal Tamar to Ras Al Ain. The convoy was hit by an air strike targeting the first vehicle in the center of Ras Al Ain. As a result, 11 people were killed and 74 were injured. The report of Amnesty International in relation to operations in peace states that Turkish military forces and a coalition of Turkey-backed Syrian armed groups displayed a, I quote, shameful disregard for civilian life, carrying out serious violations and war crimes, including summary killings and unlawful attacks that have killed and injured civilians during the offensive in the northeast Syria. The organization gathered witness testimonies between 12 and 16 October. Amnesty International refers to two concrete incidents in this report. One, a Turkish air strike on 12 October at around 7 a.m. in which two munitions landed near a school in Salih, 6 injured and 4 killed, including 2 children. Second, a Turkish air strike on a market on 15 October that struck a civilian convoy, killing 6 civilians, including a young girl. According to Amnesty International, the information gathered provided damning evidence of indiscriminate attacks in residential areas, including attacks on a home, a bakery, and a school, carried out by Turkey on called Syrian armed groups. The report says that the Turkish military offensive into northern Syria has wreaked havoc on the lives of Syrian civilians, who once again have been forced to flee their homes and are living in constant fear of indiscriminate bombardment, abduction, and summary killings. According to the report, I quote, Turkey is responsible for the actions of the Syrian armed groups it supports. Arms are direct. So far, Turkey has given these armed groups free rein to commit serious violations. To corroborate the report of Amnesty International, we will refer also to the report of the Rojava Center for Strategic Studies, a file on the tragedy of the displaced Kurd refugee in the district of Liability. To close monitor the conditions of displaced, this center conducted a field visit to some schools housing displaced. I'm not going to refer to the many statements of different people living there. I will do a short overview. Testimony Mrs. Kumra. She tells how they were targeted by the Turkish State's Air Force and its mercenaries, which led to the demolition of her house and the martyrdom of a murder of a family member. Halima Mahmoud Husana, mother of 4 children, describes to us what happened to them during the Turkish bombing of defenseless civilians. Planes bombed a house next to my house. Shukri and Mustafa, they gave us 2 hours to leave the city, but we did not so until the shells started falling. Nas Ibrahim Hossam, we did not believe that something like this would happen to us until we heard the sounds of the shells. She left her home because of the indiscriminate shelling by the Turkish side. Many statements are recorded in this report and not recorded. According to the referred Amnesty International report, the Kurdistan-led administration's health authority in northern Syria said that on the 17th of October, there was at least 218 civilians killed, including 18 children, since the offensive began. And according to the UN, in the same report I referred to before, paragraph 54, beyond active hostilities, civilians in and around Ras Al Ain and Tel Abyad were subjected to myriad violations of human rights and international humanitarian law by Syrian National Army fighters, consistent with the patterns documented in the Afrin. Based on this report, we can presume that residential neighborhoods and civilians in Ras Al Ain and Tel Abyad were indiscriminately attacked, including attacks on homes, hospital, and a school during operations of peace, and several civilians, including women and children, were killed and injured during those attacks. According to the Kurds administration, at least 200 cases. This information is based on the report evidence that I include in the files. I'm going to refer now to the evidence of the use of white phosphorus during operations peace and the modus operandi. General overview. During the Turkish military operations which began on October 9, 2019, information were reported of unfamiliar cases of injuries among civilians and militants from the paramedics and specialized therapists in terms of burning type and symptoms. Video report of the London-based Times declares in 21 October, I have this as a document, evidences are now emerging that Turkey is also utilizing incendiary weapons in northern Syria. The video report includes pictures of burned children. Based on this public information, Right Defense Initiative prepared a report collecting information from all available resources to find out the reality of using disposable unconventional routes. We include this report in this recommendation. So the report this refers also a lot of files and videos, statements, and medical reports, that all of them are included there. From the data obtained, we are going to refer to some of the data that is included there. There is a video on this report showing a missile strike in Ras Al Ain with visible white phosphorus characteristics. There is a picture of the video. The video shows the fall of a missile in the city. The binary on the left confirms we are referring to Ras Al Ain. Coordinates and site validation were confirmed, and the details show that the next missile landed on a civilian house. In the meantime, there was a radiant glow and white thick smoke, which are signs of phosphorus accumulation. After that, a white cloud grew intensively at the site of the explosion, and it started expanding to an approximately 100-meter height, which are features of phosphorus accumulation. There are testimonies and medical reports in this report. I am going to refer to the witness statements from the Kurdish Red Crescent medical personnel and doctors, describing unprecedented injuries consistent with white cloud. Dr. Hassan Amin, his report, member of the Kurdish Red Crescent and manager of the Martyr Legacy Hospital in Tel Tamer, states that on 12 and 13 October of 2019, we received a huge number of casualties, around 200 civilians, when targeted by the Turkish aircraft in Ras Al Ain. The first examination, according to the general situation, we found some are wounded, some were dead, and there were burns. I have not seen such cases of burns during my job in hospitals in the last 12 years. Burns of our injured people were unconventional, as it was different from usual burns. Dr. Mohammed Khalaf from Ras Al Ain, general surgery doctor, declares that as the doctor, these kinds of burns were new to me. Mrs. Fatima Marwan Mohammed, member of the Kurdish Crescent from Tel Tamer, declared that it was the first time seeing these abnormal burns. We have not seen shooting cases, rather burns and aircraft bombings. Mahmoud Kiso declared that on October 12 and 15, we received strange cases with burn bodies, and we used medicines, water, and painkillers, but it was useless with no response by the injured. The symptoms were shortness of breath, swollen eyes, sugar levels. Mrs. Jamila Hamid, manager of the Kurdish Red Crescent, declared that I witnessed all incidents during the conflict that started on 9 and 10 of October 2019. Our medical team was able to get out injured from Ras Al Ain into Tel Tamer. On October 12 to 15, there were strange and abnormal severe smell burns. We, as Kurdish Red Crescent, could not find a suitable treatment because it was the first time to experience such cases. Dr. Sebahan Mansour is an specialist in bacterial and epidemiology from Sweden. We include a certificate from the Pias Institute in Sweden that proves the specialization of Dr. Mansour. According to Dr. Mansour, from October 12 to October 20, wounded were received by the Tel Tamer Hospital. He declared that for the first time we were faced with radically different injuries. Most of the victims were admitted were civilians. All the patients I visited reported that they had been victims of missions to drop or fire from unmanned drones in different places and in different attacks. Most patients reported 2 airstrikes with bombs dropped one after another. The lesions were severely painful, necrotic, and some of them appeared yellowish in color with the smell of garlic. At least patients had very severe eye burns. Most of the victims died instantly with bombardment or days later. Of the hundreds of patients I observed, around 30 sustained the injuries described above. After 20 October, during the days of the ceasefire, I observed only one such injury among hundreds of injured victims. According to Dr. Mansour, it is possible to say that the Turkish armed forces might have used both phosphorus and other kinds of chemical bombs similar to dense inert lethal explosives. Of course, Dr. declares it is possible because without a laboratory test, it was impossible for him to determine the character of the case. The Defense Right Initiative report states that by collecting some samples from the injured in the hands of Dr. Mansour and in cooperation with the Free Human Rangers Organization, the National Hospital in Hafasek and the Martyrs Hospital, sent these samples to a specialized laboratory in Switzerland. The samples were taken from 4 injured people: Shipan Faisal, Sulaiman Takrama, Khalid Abdullah, and Arbal Hussaini. They are included all the samples in files 8, 9, 10, and 11. The Swiss backup laboratory report that we include also in the files declares clearly in the report that the type of wound, chemical burn, in combination with the significantly high amount of phosphorus found in the samples demonstrates that phosphorus reagents, white phosphorus emission, have been used. We include also visual evidence files. File number 4.3 contains 57 pictures documenting injuries sustained by civilians, and the file number 4.4 contains 4 pictures of completely charged bodies. Conclusion. Based on the definition of phosphorus, symptoms and effects, and in comparison with the doctor's testimonials, the laboratory analysis report, and the report of the injured and pictures, it turns out that there is a perfect match between them in terms of side effects and degree of injury, which proves the use of white phosphorus affecting civilians. From the evidence presented, we can conclude at least that a number of civilians, including children, were affected with injuries related to the use of white phosphorus. Professor Mansour stated that of the hundreds of patients he observed, around 30 sustained the injuries described, creating enormous suffering. White phosphorus was used in a complete period of time. We are talking, according to the testimonies, that the Dr. Mansour declared that between 12 and 20, and others much concretely referred to the days 12 and 15. According to the doctor's testimonies, the chemical came from aircrafts. Dr. Mansouran stressed the patients reported that they had been victims of missions to drop or fired from unmanned drones in different places and different attacks. Most patients reported 2 air strikes with bombs dropped one from another. On conclusion, we can conclude that white phosphorus was used indiscriminately against civilians by patients. This information is based, as I said, in the time with the report and in the report called the Satellite Initiative, evidence that I include in the files 3 and 4. Now I refer to the forced displacement and demographic alteration of the island. The referred military attack forced mass waves of displacement. According to the International Commission of Inquiry of the UN of 28 January 2020, more than 100,000 people had fled by 11 October. This number rose to more than 175,000 displaced individuals by 22 October, including approximately 80,000, more than 10,000 civilians fled across the border to Chile. According to the same commission, displacement was most often caused by the unlawful conduct by parties that carried out attacks with little regard for civilian life. Many displaced individuals ended up in unofficial camps not recognized by the nations. Some testimonies from a report previously referred to of the Rojava Center reflects under which conditions this displacement happened. As I said before, all of these statements hold that they were forced to flee because of something going on. I'm not going to refer to that. I referred to that before. Apart from that, and according to the UN, paragraph 54 of the reference of the International Commission Inquiry of the Arab Republic, these violations incite fear among Kurdish residents and cause further displacement. Aware of the scale of violations in Afrin, many fled their homes, anticipating attacks on their community. Yazidi women, men and children who populate some 15 places across Ras Al Ain district also left. Videos published on the internet, particularly by Syrian National Army fighters, using the language comparing their enemies to infidels, atheists, and pigs, when referring to civilians, detained and property, further amplified fears and created an environment conducive to abuse. And of course, as a consequence, all these people left there. In this context of displacement, there are evidences of an altering of the ethnic and religious component of the region. In the report called The Situation of Human Rights 5 years after the Turkish occupation, reported by Synergy, this included in the file, Under the Turkish occupation, the region had undergone massive demographical changes that have significantly impacted its ethnic, religious, and language diversity. More than 85% of Serikani inhabitants were forcibly displaced, and the Kurds became a minority as the number dwindled from 70,000 to just 42 individuals. On the other hand, in Tel Abyad, the Kurdish population, once comprising about 50% of the residents, has completely disappeared. The number of Armenian, Syrian, and displaced residents have also completely fallen to the very few, while the Arab population has been notably affected. So it is clear from the views that around 100,000 Kurds displaced included the majority of Kurds, Armenian Syrians, and Yazidi residents. According to OCHA, in his report called Thematic Humanitarian Access Snapshot of November 22, Ras Al Ain and Tel area is 50 kilometers deep and 150 kilometers wide, extending over a portion of the core district in Iraq. Since October 2019, there has been significant demographical changes to this ethnic diversity territory, with most of its original inhabitants either being displaced to a community within northern Syria or have had to leave the country. Human rights report called Everything by the Power of the Victims declares that displacement includes almost the entire Kurdish population of the area, Yazidi and Armenian Christians and Arabs, with perceived ties to the Kurdish autonomous administration or the Syrian government. These are all reports that include in final numbers. I will refer right now to the case of Christian Syrians and Armenians in the area. According to the Syrian Statistical Studies Center report that I had, in file number 6, Ras Al Ain has seen the displacement of most of Syrian Christians and Armenian people since the first day. It was inhabited by no less than 75 families before the recent Turkish attack. There are still about 8 people in the city so far. This report is from 2019, October 20. We have recorded also a video testimony of Robert Gabriel Bahol. He is from Gems in Syria. I will include this video as an evidence, and I will going to quote some of his statements. I was in Serikani as a member of Sorpoyo, a Syrian agency recording violations in the situation of Serikani. He said, in Serikani there were 100 families of Christians. The militias attacked those families, they escaped from Serikani. Most of the families were displaced from Serikani because the militias have history of human rights violations in the area. Those families were targeted by all kinds of violations. Bullets, kidnapping, bombing, and they escaped. 2 persons from the same community stayed, but then also escaped because of this situation. An Armenian person who came back was kidnapped for 10 days for ransom, and then the family also fled. So now there is no Christians in Serikani. This case highlights negative influence in the people's economy, the case of Armenia. Armenian families are slavery to fleece, and then there is a reference to demolition or attack of churches, Christian churches in Serikani. He refers that there were 3 churches in Serikani, in the church streets. In operation, they attacked the churches with ammunition, and then they entered and destroyed the Christian symbols. The roof of Allah's church was destroyed by the bombing. We do not have information, he said, about properties, but there is a committee rolling the properties of Christians. But we don't know what are they doing with that and with the benefits, because there is no one Christian living there. I don't know who runs the company. Once the offensive ended, with the signing of the agreements I referred to, Turkey took control of the territory under occupation. The International Commission of Inquiry confirmed this when he says that Turkey exercised now de facto control of Serikani and Gidesi. Turkey maintains, the Commission said, its control through over 41 locations and military bases until its SNA allied. So the UN confirms the control by the Turkish government of the location. I'm going to refer briefly to the looting and land and property seizure under occupation. Following Turkey's 2019 military incursion operation in Spain, the Turkish military and Turkish Syrian army carried out a widespread force displacement, but also a property seizure, looting and destruction. Following comments are testimonies are based in the following reports. Housing land and property rights violations in Ras Al Ain and Tel Aviv after 2019, housing land and property rights violations in the Street, property seizure in North Syria, and Ras Al Ain and Tel Aviv situation, human rights 5 years after, and as the UN Rights International Commission Inquiry Report 45/2. According to the UN, I refer again to this report, similarly to in Afrin, the civilian properties of Kurdish colonies in Ras Al Ain region who had fled battles in Operation Spain were also appropriated by Syrian National Army forces. Members of Division 22, the Hamza Brigade, we will come back again, of the Syrian National Army engaged in widespread and organized looting and property appropriation in Ras Al Ain, including by marking houses' walls with the names of individual brigades. Civilians narrated consistent accounts to the UN Commission conveying their fears about remaining and their inability to return to their homes, which had been looted and occupied by the brigades of their families in the immediate aftermath of the attacks. On 2 occasions, civilians were called to the Commission being instructed not to return by the Syrian National Army commanders and fighters. Looted household items were transported and sold through a coordinated process which might indicate a premeditated policy implemented by several brigades. Such items were often moved freely through Syrian National Army staff checkpoints by both Syrian National Army fighters and senior ranking members, and were stored in odd occasions such as warehouses or sold on open markets. All these are referenced by the UN Commission. From all these reports, we can conclude that armed factions systematically looted and destroyed homes, business and farms, often making properties of silent and new homes. We got many statements related to that. I'm not going to refer to all of them, but for example, we got Sylvia Youssef testified that an armed group affiliated to the Unassigned division occupied his house. Anna Zakaria reported that the Hamza division looted and murdered her home in Ras Al Ain. Sarah Al-Tuet testified that the house was looted because it was in the group of a Hamza division commander. Anna Zakaria, again, the house was looted. Ali inside, they inside my house and looted my contents. Many statements are recorded in these reports. Entire villages were repurposed as a military base, making it impossible for former residents to return. Sami al-Muhammad declared that his 2 homes and the agricultural land were destroyed and turned into a Turkish base. Abdullah Muhammad stated that his grove was seized and turned into a Turkish military post. The village of Al-Asisiya was fully converted into a Turkish military base. Agricultural properties, including olive and pomegranate orchards, were taken over, looted or destroyed. Villa Suleima lost her 55 dun farmland and orchards to the Hamza division. Sami al-Muhammad stated that his 40 dun of land were annexed to a Turkish base with olive trees bulldozed. There was also looting, destruction of property documents, and arbitrary arrests. Markets and industrial areas were systematically looted by armed factions. The entire industrial zone of Ras Al Ain, over 220 shops, were looted by the Sultan Ugar and militias. Residents were prevented from buying their pieces in their hometowns. Bargaining their pieces. Salah al-Amin testified that when the village Mukhtar died, Turkish-backed forces refused to allow burial in the village. The Turkish-backed armed factions not only looted and destroyed civilian properties, but also threatened, arrested, or killed those attempting to reclaim their homes. Many displaced residents remain unable to return due to the lack of legal restitution mechanisms and fear of further persecution.
Can you come to conclusion?
So, I include there the case of Mahmoud Omeri. I'm not going to refer that. There is a full testimony of his family about what happened to Mahmoud Omeri. The report includes the statement of all the family in very small presentation. Mahmoud was with his mother to visit their home in Ras Al Ain after they were forcibly displaced due to the military attack launched by the state. The reason of the visiting back home was to check their properties and bring some personal needs. When arriving to the village and checking the house, they realized it was occupied by another family. The members of Al-Samad battalion back to the army faction affiliated with Turkey arrived to the scenario, and in the raid hit Mahmoud Omari and took him and arrested him. 4 months later, the family found that he was arrested, but several months after, an unidentified person told to them that he was killed after torture. The report is in the files, and you can see all the statements there. So, I'm going to end referring to the forced resettlement of deported Syrian refugees and population engineering. It's very related to the presentation when we are talking about repopulation. For that, I'm going to refer to the Human Rights Watch report. I add also as an element. According to the Human Rights Watch research, between January and June 2023, the Tel Aviv Border Crossing Administration published monthly or daily numbers of Syrian returners on its Facebook page, labeling all as voluntary. An analysis of the pages revealed, according to Human Rights Watch, an over twofold increase compared to the same period. The statistics provided revealed that between January and December 2023, Turkish authorities reported 57,519 Syrians and others over its border crossing, including 16,652 to the Tel Aviv process. Human Rights interviewed 7 deportees from Tel Aviv, and they were clear that they were forced to be deported. They were arrested and deported as part of a strategy. Human Rights declared that 6 deported said that they held a Turkish temporary protection ID permit when they lived in Turkey, which should protect Syrian refugees legally against forced return to Syria. 6 said they were said to sign voluntary return forms. All said they were from other regions of Syria and had no meaningful ties to Tel Aviv. One said that Turkish police detained him on the street in Antakya 1 month after his wife and 2 children were killed in the February 2023 earthquake that devastated part of southern Turkey and northern Syria. He said that the authorities detained him on his way to work, even though he held a valid protection ID. They made him sign writing documents in Turkish, and he didn't speak Turkish. All 7 deportees say that Turkish authorities did not ask them the preferred borders crossing for the country. 2 say that deportation separated them from family members. All of them they were deported, forcibly deported to this place. He said, one of the deportees said, I just want to be united with my family and to be able to sustain a life for my kids and wife. This is impossible in Tel Aviv. We need to get out of here. So, conclusions. Operation Spring Peace was designed to occupy a border territory completely, an area roughly 120 kilometers long and 52 kilometers deep. It was done through the use of indiscriminate land and aerial aircraft bombing, including the use of white phosphorus and other violent means with the aim not only of forcing the retreat of the Syrian Democratic Forces defending the territory, but forcing the displacement of the population and to repopulate it. Evidences demonstrate there was also a systemic campaign of demographic engineering and ethnic alteration in these regions. Due to the indiscriminate attacks to the population and the spread of threats of further consequences, a vast majority of the various ethnic minority population were forced to live deliberately. The continuous looting, land, business and house confiscation, and human rights violations consist, apart of a violation of human rights and international humanitarian law, a pattern to consolidate a demographical change reinforced in the forced deportation of Syrian Arab refugees with the aim and objective of transforming the demographical reality previous to this operation. There has been forced displacement, mostly of Kurdish Syrian Christians, Armenians, and other minorities. Mass human rights violations, arbitrary detentions, torture, forced disappearances, looting, and an occupation of the territory to make most impossible the return of the displaced people, while at the same time applying for a forced deportation of Syrian Arabs driven from Ankara. As a consequence of all this, a significant intentional alteration of the ethnic demography, diversity of this territory has been deliberately promoted, cleansing the territory ethnically for a subsequent forced repopulation. Thank you.
Thank you. We're running late, so I suggest that we carry straight on with the next presentation by Enzo Menzione.
Ezio, can you take the stand? So the next presentation is by Ezio Menzione, who is a lawyer from Italy, specialized in criminal law, and he will speak very specifically about targeted actions undertaken by Turkey against infrastructure, electrical infrastructure, and subsequently, as a consequence of that, also affecting water supply to the population.
Thank you. Honorable President, honorable judges. I will speak about lack of energy, lack of water, making thirsty the enemy, which are war weapons against civilians. Making thirsty the enemy has always been a powerful weapon in all ages, since the times when wells and aqueducts were poisoned not to let enemies satisfy their thirst. On a larger scale, the same happens nowadays. What makes the difference is the fact that in our times it means not only to make thirsty the adversary army, but the whole population as well. Which implies that the degradation has to be on a total scale and to deprive the population, either adversary or not, it doesn't matter really, of the way to find the water through other devices. Among all, energy lines, energy stations, energy infrastructure. It is important to question ourselves, was the bombing of Sweden, for instance, gas station, and the disruption of a water plant in northeast Syria by Turkish government and army, something made on purpose, or it was something that just happened without the clear aim to prosecute such a result? Well, to understand this, let's go back a few decades when Turkey started to elaborate the so-called GAP program, which involved building many dams along the Euphrates and the Tigris River, Iraq, as they say, and many other ones. 22 dams had to be built, and they were. Such dams were meant primarily to hold the river water inside the country for its needs and development, and not to let it flow to Syria and Iraq, as the two rivers had always done. Of course, Syrians and Iraqis didn't agree with the program, and the fight, the diplomatic fight,
I can do it,
started.
that's not a problem.
Meanwhile, the Turks were beginning to build their dams. Syria and Iraq were forced to agree over a protocol that regulated the quantity of water which daily and annually would flow to the two more southern countries. But, as we say,
take everything and put it in a folder without name or something. And
Turkey surely owns and holds the river origins in its country,
everything that is
and
realistic
they grow
in one
and
folder
they
and
never
then build it.
extinguish the rivers. But Turkey was thirsty not only of all that water, but of the power given by that water, and started to use the dams and all the other infrastructures that it dominated as a faucet to make Syrians thirsty. Among Syrians, especially the ever-enemy Kurds, were the target of such a thirst-inducing policy. Diminishing or even closing the flowing of water was a good way to keep Syrian Kurds under the strong heel. More so after Kurds winning over the ISIS and constituting a state of their own, more specifically an autonomous administration, might become a good example for Turkish Kurds in Turkey. The agreements with Syria and Iraq were skipped or forgotten or openly violated by Turkey. The policy implies to destroy other plans, especially energy infrastructures that are essential to run locally water plants and the pumps and the pipes. We are focused, please, the second photo. Here is just a Syria photo. You can go to the third one, which is more specific, please.
It's the third one now.
Oh, here it is. Yes, here you see where just look at the far right, the tip of the Syria country, and then you see a red point at the tip, in between the borders. That is the region where Refugee and the other gas station and oil fields, as we will see in a moment, just stay. Later on, we'll see where the water plant is. We are focusing on Sweden gas station bombing between summer 2023 and January 2024, when it was finally destroyed. But it was not the first bombing of such infrastructures. Sweden itself had already been targeted in previous years, and the same happened to minor stations, even simple gas pumps along the roads. The final attack was forecasted by many others. Let's go to Sweden, a big gas station, the sole producer of gas for cooking and for other purposes in the old province of Kazakhstan, as big as a region actually, which includes almost the old northeast Syria. After 3 months of Turkish airstrikes, in January 2024, the gas station was practically destroyed and totally out of use. It was a station serving gas for more than 900,000 people. The destruction of this critical infrastructure has disproportionately affected the vulnerable groups, including displaced persons, living in camps, 83,000, informal settlements, 143,000, and community centers, 7,000, who did not receive cooking, fuel, distribution from NGOs. Risks for health and malnutrition were at hand, and it's enough to take a look at the Médecins Sans Frontières reports to see that 52% of the camp population grew affected by strong diarrhea, children much a higher rate, and even cholera appeared. In the big camp of Al-Hol, the situation was even worse. The displaced Al-Hol camp. Some people could afford buying Iraq gas, not much actually, but at least for the family needs. Others couldn't at all. The cooking gas imported from Iraq at that point raised from $0.70 per cylinder to $1.10 and became unaffordable for many families, summing to other harshnesses that characterized the region. Final result, many families had to move to other provinces and the regions of Syria, possibly in an even more dangerous situation as we have seen from the previous records. And the long lines of carriages and trucks, if not by foot, started to be formed to drive poor people elsewhere. Only God knows where. Here we are. That's mostly a part where you can see where the invasion from Turkey is, and the settlement has been going on. The other part, not in this picture, goes on the other side, and that's what's the target of Turkish policy. To make the other part, here you can see, the other part, which more or less goes all this way, up to here, just like this one. Turkish property. Turkish property. The destruction of Sweden is part of a broader attack to energy infrastructure that has crippled fuel production across the region. We will see the bombing of Ecological in 2022, but other oil facilities and oil pipes and oil fields have also been targeted. We go here in just a second. Drastically reducing diesel supply, absolutely necessary for heating, moving, and powering generation. NGOs, as well as the UNICEF, tried to supply somehow the population, but as it has been said before, in all this part, the UN supply didn't arrive at all. The UN was the big absent in this situation. But the shortage of water grew heavier and heavier and still persists. In addition to food insecurity and health risks associated with burning unsafe materials, that's another big issue. For basic needs, the destruction of Sweden reflects a broader pattern of persecution against the Kurdish population, majority in northeast Syria. The Sweden gas powered electricity plant, which is different, it's close to the gas station with the same name, but it's different. It supplies, it's a sort of, it's an electricity, not a gas plant, which supplies energy to over 920,000 people in the region, has been rendered inoperable by the airstrikes as well. The destruction of this power plant, along with key transmission nodes, has led to widespread power outages, affecting entire communities, including critical facilities as water station and the healthcare center. And we come to Alu, water plant. You see it, and now you see the way it was, but it has not been ruined as much as we will see. That was not the aim of Turkish policy, to ruin the water plant. To put it out of use, yes, but not destroying it. But let's be more specific. Let's come to Alu water plant. Others will speak about healthcare centers and hospitals after me. But notice that just 1 year before, the Takalbaker oil plant, petroleum, had been hit and put out of service. Takalbaker is close to the small city of Derry, still on the tip. And not too far from Rojava, at the tip of northeast Syria, on the border with Turkey and on one side and Iraq on the other. One day in November 22, 7 attacks of F-16 F-16 and drones in 1 hour, another attack by drones an hour later. Let me fix this point because many others have already pointed out this fact. Turkish attacks are called double tap attacks. Why? It's because it's a repetition of the attack a few minutes or 1 hour, generally speaking within 1 hour, so that they not only destroy with the first attack, but they kill with the second attack, possibly those who go for help and somehow get closer to the place. These are the double attacks. It's a real strategic kind of attack. One day, another attack by drones an hour later, and the third one the following morning when a journalist approached the site. Total of 12 casualties, including one who wanted to help the wounded. The second drone attack, killing one helper, proves that such bombing was intentional, as I have said, and premeditated. The following morning, drone attack reinforces such opinion and makes it an evidence. It serves over 610,000 people. I'm speaking of Aluk water plant. And among such population are several refugee camps, including Al-Hol, and the 6, which is huge, it's enormous, and the 6 camps for internally displaced people. The supply includes 30 of the 37 healthcare centers in Asakar province. The water plant has been particularly impacted, as it is directly linked to the energy infrastructure supplied by the plant. Since October 2023, significant declines in electricity and fuel availability have severely disrupted the operation of a water station and boreholes in northeast Syria. The escalation of attacks in January 2024 resulted in the complete loss of access to the public electricity grid at water sources, drastically reducing access to safe drinking water and increasing the costs of alternative water supply sources. These interruptions occurred amidst, that must be underlined, occurred amidst an ongoing water crisis in the region due to the heavy drought since years and the restricted water flow by Turkish government of the water of the Euphrates River far beyond the 1987 agreement between the two countries involved. Actually, since 2017, Turkey has intentionally reduced the water supply in the northeast Syria region, significantly worsening the situation. On January 2021, the flow only reached 200 cubic meters, 200 per second, far below the 500 cubic meters stipulated in the 1987 protocol between the two involved countries. The drastic reduction caused a dramatic decline in the water volume of the Syrian Tabqa-Euphrates reservoir, shrinking its original capacity of 14.5 billion cubic meters to approximately 4 billion cubic meters, from more than 14 down to 4 billion only. The Aluk water station is a purely civilian facility, notice, purely civilian facility with no military function or strategic value whatsoever. It plays a critical role in providing drinking water directly to 500,000 people and indirectly through water tank trucks to almost 1 million in the region, including vulnerable people such as children, the elderly, the internally displaced persons, mostly women and children. Furthermore, the station is situated in an area void of any proximate military target or installation which could potentially justify, we can say this word, justify the destruction under international humanitarian law. Next one. Oh, here we go. I put this one because, but it's not of that area. That area UNICEF wasn't working. It's of the other area down. But I mean, that's the situation in which what I'm speaking about deals with, even in other areas, but nothing compared to this belt or tip of northeast Syria. Next one as well. Oh, here we go. That's just the picture of first, that's all. In such a situation, well, I want to say that the Kurds were the target and still are. In such a situation, it becomes evident that Turkey takes advantage of its position to make first in the majority of North Syria Kurds, to increase the tensions among the different communities, because when a primary supply of your primary needs, like water, lacks, tensions are inevitable. And tensions become a main point of a possible tensions among communities, different ethnic or religious or other sort of communities. And to show that essential needs are in its hands. Doing so, it hopes to weaken the Kurd autonomous authority and exert a direct influence over the civil population in that area, controlled by the legal autonomous authority. This control does not correspond immediately to military needs, but is part of a strategy to consolidate Turkish influence in the region and finally overthrow the Kurd autonomous authority in northeast Syria. And let's go, but I'll be very brief, to the crimes involved. The Statute of Rome, with its Articles 7 and 8, makes a veritable portrait of the unspeakable crimes committed by Turkey toward northeast Syrian population, either if we want to look at them as war crimes or crimes against civilians, that's to say crimes against humanity. It's enough to scroll the two lists, and we keep on saying, this is all Article 7 and Article 8. It's enough to scroll the two lists, and we keep on saying, oh, that's it, here it is. We want to underline the heinous crime of displacement, most of all, Article 7.1. Point B, because it descends from the many others and summarizes them. One might say that neither Turkey nor Syria are a state part of the statute. The exact Syria undersigned the treaty, but never gained the due parliamentary adhesion. That's true, but it's a constant judiciary decision that the rules we find in the statute are a trap to judge according customary law. That's to say, according the canons that our world society share. Since we are speaking of especially displacement, I'm not the first one who speaks about it, because, as I said 2 seconds before, it summarizes all the other crimes. Let me quote what a doctor from Canada stated in an interview given 4 or 5 days ago. He has been displaced 4 times within the Gaza Strip in the last 1 year and a half. 4 times. And each time he started, he was even able to be a doctor as well each time. Now he's going back to Gaza City because he was from Gaza City. And probably he will not find anything else at home. But he wants to go. Why? He speaks as to why. For the population of Gaza, he speaks of Gaza, but I think that you can say the same of Syria. To go back, each one to his own home, even reduced to rubble, signifies a step toward regaining one's dignity. To preserve one's own land is to preserve one's own dignity and identity. That's, I think, the real truth. And so, if you are trying to induce which crime Turkey has committed and is committed, you can think about the specific rules of the Geneva Convention Additional Protocol 1, describing the facts in the record as major crime. We don't want to list them. You know them better than I do. You will find that each fact is encased in this article as a terrible crime which loudly asks to be condemned. And that's it. Now I ask if we can see a short, very short video.
From Rojava Information Center, right?
We have 2 videos.
Yes.
One is really, that's really very, very short. Let's go. It's given by a citizen near Tribunal. Some of the gas obtained from the oil fields is sent to the factory to produce domestic gas. And the other is taken to the power plant to produce electricity to operate the other oil fields. Takel Bakel, he refers to Takel Bakel, is an oil field, not gas station. It is linked to many oil wells, where petroleum from these many wells, but Takel has been bombed 3 times, as I said, during which 12 people lost their lives. Most of them were civilians. The last time, Sweden was bombed in 2024. People lost their lives, and 30 were injured. That walked down directly from the civilians. The other one, out of our point, I'm sorry, but I got it just. It's short, it's 3 minutes, but it's significant. It deals with oil plants, not only the ones that is spoken about, but you see the captions. Odeh, it's in the same region, in the same tip where most of oil plants are. And it's very recent. It's October 24th, so it's after what I've spoken about till now, which means that the destruction continues and continues. Look at that. And they are necessary things. They are the life for citizens. in that area. That it was. And well, I finished, not really finished. I have the best part because I called here Mr. Ruben Wagensberg Ramon, who's a witness for my words. He's here, he should be. Ruben, you were there, I was sitting there, and changed. Ruben is a he is an activist, not only political, but on the field of human rights, and specifically about the issue of displaced people and populations. I have a few questions put to him, which are almost the obvious ones, and probably the same ones you would put to him. I know that you have been to Rojava quite a few times in the last years, not only the last one, but the before. Would you please tell us in which, when did you go and in which context, and what did you see? I have more specific questions.
Thank you to Liability. I will speak in Spanish, I mentioned this in the translator. Efectivamente he estado en Rojava unos 7 o 8 veces en los últimos años. Hemos ido con distintas misiones, muchas de ellas en relación a los tratamientos internos, por lo tanto, a partir de muchas de las peticiones que estamos expresadas hoy, que ha expuesto usted y otros de los comparecientes, y concretamente estuvimos presentes en el ataque de aquel Baquel que ahora usted estaba mencionando.
Can I ask, was it right what I said that this double tax strategy, I think it was used in Baquel as well?
Sí. El 19 de noviembre de 2022 estábamos en Camislo está más o menos a media hora de la región de Baquel cuando se produjo el primer ataque, un ataque contra una infraestructura que no tiene una seguridad militar a su alrededor, tampoco tiene bases militares cercanas. Al cabo de pocos días nos acercamos a esta base y pudimos hablar con los testimonios que presenciaron este ataque. Uno de los testimonios nos contó que en el primer ataque murieron 3 trabajadores de la central. Este testimonio, personas no armadas, civiles, efectivamente. Esta persona que nos contó esto era un vecino próximo a la estación que se acercó a oír unas explosiones, a intentar ayudar, a socorrer, y en el momento que llegó con su mujer es cuando aparecieron la segunda tanda de drones y los atacó. Todavía estaba su coche ahí, destrozado, y él nos contaba de 60 años que su mujer murió en este ataque. Además, aparecieron los familiares del periodista que usted hablaba y nos contaron que él fue informado, fue el día siguiente del ataque, por lo tanto ya unas horas después del segundo ataque, y cuando llegó el periodista de la agencia ANSA, que probablemente conozcáis, apareció la tercera tanda de drones y mató al periodista. Por lo tanto, en 3 tandas, 12 personas civiles muertas en un ataque a una infraestructura de por sí civil.
Journalists seem to be a perfect target for journalism. If we see what happened a few weeks ago, 2 journalists coming out of Syria were attacked by one drone, so intentional, because the drones always target intention. And they were also journalists, and they were just a parenthesis. We spoke a lot about this place. That's a lot about. Did you have any evidence such displacement, that we already rather tragedy. Did you get any evidence about displacement in the upper section?
Sí, en los campos de Jaseque, que es justamente la región que se provee de agua de la región de Alud, que ahora en Alaba, es una zona donde está lleno, donde hay seguramente más desplazados internos, hay el campo de Rojava, que sería uno de los más grandes. La mayoría de gente proviene de las zonas ocupadas desde Caní hasta Gillespie, que se hablaba en el anterior testimonio, y estas personas permanecen en estos campos. Por decirlo, una doble vulneración. La primera de ellas es tener que huir de su casa por una ocupación, y la segunda es la afectación de la guerra del agua, ¿no? En cuanto a agua y saneamiento, que sufren estando en estos campos. Sí, conocemos familias de la región de Jaseque que debido a los problemas, a la situación del agua y del saneamiento, se puede consumir el 10% del agua recomendada por la Organización Mundial de la Salud al día, provocando, por lo tanto, problemas de salud, problemas de contaminación, problemas con la gestión del riego en la agricultura, el abastecimiento de agua, por ejemplo, en el ganado, en fin, problemas de la planificación de la vida y de la economía en toda la región de Jaseque. Personas que se han ido de esta región y han subido hasta la zona de Amudes, la zona de Camislo, zonas donde no están tan afectadas por la guerra del agua que hace sus días. No, pero en los últimos años, como he mencionado al inicio, hemos estado al menos 7 o 8 veces, hemos podido constatar los cortes del agua. Son intermitentes, pero son sistemáticos. Por lo tanto, no es un hecho puntual, no es un hecho aislado que pueda responder a una falta de mantenimiento concreto de un día, sino que es una constante en los últimos años y por lo tanto esta constante, lo hablaba usted al inicio, no solo constituyen crímenes de guerra, porque son ataques en infraestructuras civiles, sino crímenes contra la humanidad, porque es un ataque sistemático contra la población que vive en este sentido en la administración autónoma del Ministerio de Seguridad.
Thank you very much, Ruben. If there are any questions, we can the end of the session. As you want. I don't go away and he doesn't as well. So we may at the end of the session. Thank you.
So now we go with our Geistwachs and we focus on the medical infrastructure which is operating in the society. Ladies and gentlemen of the Tribunal, and dear ladies and gentlemen, I will present you to your cases of destruction of medical facilities and will argue that the Turkish armed forces committed war crimes and crimes against humanity with their attacks on December 25, 2023. Between October the 4th in 2023 and January the 15th, 2024, Turkey carried out 3 different airstrikes in which over 200 airstrikes took place. In the second wave of attacks on December 25, 2023, several medical facilities were among those hit. On December 26, Turkish intelligence published results of the attacks. Almost 50 targets were hit,
which had been declared terrorist targets by the Turkish side. The following were hit in December 25, the Kobane Medical Center, the Mishte Nur Center in Kobane, the dialysis center, and the production facility for medical oxygen in Kamishlo. The destroyed Kobane Medical Center had been run by the German Association Armed Gesundheit, Poverty and Health since 2017. It included an emergency outpatient clinic for the urban population in Kobane, an outpatient clinic for diabetic, and a pediatric vaccination center. The Mishte Nur Medical Center in Kobane was also destroyed. This center offered medical assistance and free medication to the residents of Kobane and the surrounding villages. It offered an emergency service, outpatient treatment, and specialized care for women, children, and diabetic patients. Also, on December 25th, a kidney dialysis clinic and a medical oxygen filling plant were destroyed. The dialysis center was opened in 2022 and was the only dialysis center in Kamishlo until it was destroyed. The oxygen station had also been in operation since 2022 and provided the entire medical oxygen supply in the region around Kamishlo. It supplied medical oxygen for 5 autonomous administration hospitals, as well as 10 private hospitals and other health centers. The 4 facilities were all civilian in nature. None of the destroyed facilities were used for military purposes or were located in the vicinity of military facilities. It can be, now we can use the next picture. It can be illustrated by using these Google map images. The KMC was located in the city center, surrounded by civilian facilities such as pharmacies, doctors' offices, supermarkets, restaurants, or cell phone stores. The Kobane Medical Center had been operating a medical outpatient clinic in Kobane since January 1st, 2017, which treated patients with diabetes mellitus in particular, and it included a pediatric vaccination center. The Kobane Medical Center specialized in the treatment of diabetic food, a serious complication in people with diabetes that is caused by nerve damage and circulatory problems and can lead to ulcers, infections, and in the worst case, amputations. The emergency department treated between 200 and 300 people every day. 204 patients were regularly treated for diabetic foot syndrome, 3,100 patients were treated in the diabetic outpatient clinic, 2,500 people received ongoing examinations and necessary medication. A laboratory was attached and vehicles were available to transport immobile patients for treatment. The KMC had its own ambulance since 2021, which was used for home visits and transporting patients with a radius of about 30 kilometers of Kobane. The ambulance was marked with a red Geneva Convention emblem to clearly signal its medical function. The information of the work of the Kobane Medical Center can be taken out in an overview of the organization Poverty and Health. The Mishte Nur Center, I'm not sure if you want to have these pictures now, but I continue and then I'll tell you when we switch. The Mishte Nur Medical Center was also a purely civilian facility without any military function. It was located in the center. I will sort of maybe go back and we saw the destroying of destroying of the Kobane Medical Center after the bombing. Not this one. Now we're talking about the Mishte Nur Medical Center.
So it's also located in the center of Kobane and was surrounded by other civilian facilities. There were no military targets in the immediate vicinity. The Discrimination Medical Center worked closely with international organizations such as Doctors of the World. Around 500 patients were treated every day, and over 110,000 people a year from Kobane and the surrounding villages. The patients received free medication for chronic illnesses such as diabetic and high blood pressure, as well as a free healthcare service. The Mishtanur Medical Center was also completely destroyed on December 25th. It was hit 4 times by targeted airstrikes. Due to a public holiday, the neighborhood facilities such as the sexual and reproduction health department, the pharmacy, and the waiting area were closed, so fortunately there were no casualties. The information for the work of the Judicial Medical Center can be found in statements by Jalal Mustafa Saleh, a psychological consultant of the Judicial Medical Center, and a report of Human Rights Organization in Judicial. So now we have a small video. So with no sound. Okay. It's just in the sound, the person says that's the Judicial Center and now it has also been destroyed. The dialysis center had been operating since 2022 and was the only dialysis center in Kamishlo. It recently treated 7 patients with an average of 3 to 4 sessions per week, and after the attack the center was initially out of operation. The extent of the damage necessitated the evacuation of staff and patients. As part of emergency measures, a few treatments could be partially restored, however capacity had to be significantly reduced. The oxygen station was operated with the support of the US organization USAID. It was the only oxygen station of medical oxygen in Kamishlo, and it was essentially for the medical oxygen supply in the region. Before the attack, it produced between 250 and 300 oxygen cylinders a day for the entire Kamishlo region. The facility was completely destroyed by the attack. The oxygen station was located behind the Renal Dialysis Center in Kamishlo. There was a residential neighborhood behind the fence and a public school on the opposite side. The facilities also served exclusively civilian medical purposes and had no military function. The nearest potential military target was a prison about 200 meters away, a detention center where ISIS members were serving their sentences. All these information can be found on the statement by Meta Abdulbaki Al-Abbas, the co-chair of the AANES Health Authority, in the report of the Human Rights Organization in Judicial. The bombing of the various medical facilities had serious consequences for the patients. On December 28, 65-year-old Ahmed Abd al-Rahman Kadri, who was in urgent need for regular dialysis treatment due to chronic kidney failure, passed away. His death was directly linked to the loss of access to necessary medical care after the bombings. Rafi Abbas Mohammed, administrative director of the dialysis center, reports on this in a statement on the report of the Human Rights Organization and Jazeera you will find in the papers. Dr. Ahmed Mahmoud, who worked in diabetic food treatment at the Mishtanur Medical Center, reported about the attack and the subsequent situation. The health conditions of many patients worsened as some could not afford to obtain necessary medications due to economic challenges. Several patients suffered more severe complications such as amputations. When the hospital resumed operations, most medical equipment was found to be missing. The new center is located outside the city in temporary prefabricated buildings, making it difficult for some patients to access treatment. Due to the closure of the Listello Medical Center, no treatment could be carried out for 3 months, so that many patients were forced to travel to distant cities because of their limited food. The targeted destruction of the various medical facilities drastically restricts healthcare in the region and leads to involuntary displacement. The destroyed infrastructure forced people to leave their homes and seek treatment in other cities, as can be seen from the available written witness statements you will find in the papers. 85-year-old patient Ahmed Mahmoud, who suffers from severe diabetes, was forced to leave his hometown of Kobane after the destruction of the Listello clinic to seek treatment in Aleppo and has not returned since. Dr. Mohamed Fadel, a physician of the Listello clinic, also found himself compelled to flee due to the clinic's destruction, the severe humanitarian crisis, and the ongoing conflict. He sought refuge in Greece. Similarly, civilian Adnan Ipami felt forced to leave his hometown of Kobane following the October 2023 attacks. He fled to Raqqa and has not returned. Now a brief talk to the suspects. On the one hand, Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan is suspected of being responsible for these attacks. On October the 9th, for example, he declared in a tweet on X that Turkey had the right to continue cross-border operations and intelligence measures until the PKK and the alleged offshoots had been completely eliminated. This statement came after the first airstrike campaign, which made no distinction between civilian and military targets. The airstrikes also took place at a time when there were no active conflicts with the SDF, meaning that attacks on areas of the Kurdish autonomous region were not covered with the laws of war. Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan also declared on October the 4th that all infrastructure and facilities associated with the SDF were considered legitimate military targets. Turkish Defense Minister Yaşargüler was strategic oversight of the military operation and is therefore responsible for it. In a statement dated on October the 5th, the Ministry of Defense justifies the airstrikes with reference to the right of self-defense under Article 51 of the UN Charter. The Turkish Chief of General Staff, Metin Yilmaz, is also responsible for military operation and strategy. In addition, the commander of the Turkish Air Force, Ziya General Kadioglu, is responsible for the execution of the airstrikes. Furthermore, the commander of the Second Army, Metin Topol, is responsible for the army as an army commander due to his role in the implementation of military strategies and the command structure that led to the airstrikes. Turkish intelligence chief İbrahim Kalin was played a central role in the intelligence gathering and strategic planning of the military operations, and is responsible for the extent that he normally provides information of facilitated and justified targeted attacks on civilians. At the same time, the MIT issued a statement in December in which it reported the destruction of alleged 50 military targets, but in fact the majority of the attacks hit civilian objects, including the Kobane Medical Center, the Listello, the dialysis center, and the oxygen plant. The characteristics of these war crimes defined in the Geneva Conventions and under customary international humanitarian law were fulfilled. These crimes were committed in the context of an armed international conflict between Turkey and the AANES. The Turkish government considered AANES and the SDF outshot of the PKK, we classified them as terrorist organizations. The attack from October 23 were described by Turkey as a counter-attack to a suicide attack on the Turkish Ministry of the Interior in Ankara on October 2nd, attributed to the PKK. On this basis, Turkey is carrying out targeted military operations in areas controlled by the AANS. But there is no evidence of armed attacks of the SDF against Turkey. The military activities of the SDF are mainly directed against non-state armed groups such as the so-called ISIS. The AANS and the SDF have also declared that they are not part of the Turkish conflict with the PKK, nor do they aspire to such a role. However, these narratives alone do not provide sufficient justification under international law. Internal conflicts with the PKK do not justify cross-border military intervention on Syrian territory. Nor can the establishment of the Turkish so-called security zone in NES be seen as an act of self-defense permissibly under international law. The conflict of the PKK is an internal Turkish political matter, and neither the AANS nor the SDF pose an immediate threat to Turkish security. The attacks were targeting protected civilian objects. Under customary international humanitarian law, in the Geneva Convention, particularly Article 52 and 54 of Additional Protocol 1, medical facilities such as the Missional Center, the Command Center, and the Dialysis Center, and the oxygen facilities are considered protected objects. These cannot be targeted unless they are being used for military purposes, but not distinguishing between combatants and civilians, and not ensuring that military operations are not directed against the civilian population. Turkey is violating the principle of distinction. It is also the use of forbidden methods of warfare. Turkey has deliberated attacked facilities, personnel and vehicles that were not used for military purposes and labeled with the Geneva Convention emblem. The targeting of such facilities, including those supported by organizations like Poverty and Health and Doctors Without Borders, constitutes a violation of the protected status granted to humanitarian missions. These acts are war crimes, particularly under Article 17, 18, and 19 of the Fourth Geneva Convention. The attacks that are likely to cause damage to the civilian population that is excessive in relation to the expected concrete and direct military advantage violate the principle of proportionality under Article 51, number 5b of the Additional Protocol 1 of the Geneva Convention. The attacks caused severe physical harm. Shortly after the destruction of the dialysis center in Kamishlo, Ahmed Abd al-Qadr, the 65-year-old kidney patient, died on December 28 because he was denied access to life-saving kidney dialysis. The airstrikes have also contributed to the forced displacement of the population, which are not justified by imperative military necessity and violates thereby Article 49 of the Fourth Geneva Convention, which prohibits displacement of civilians. Large-scale and systematic ethnic persecution and discrimination also violates the principle of the international humanitarian law. As it can be seen from the public operations against ANS since 2016, the attacks are on the civilian populations by military means, which are intended to spread fear and terror among the population. The attacks are systematic and serve to demoralize and intimidate the civilian population, to undermine the livelihood of the Kurdish minority civil population and disrupt their access to vital health care. The bombing of medical facilities is also a targeted strategy to terrorize the civilian population in northeast Syria. It is also a collective punishment of the Kurdish civilian population. The entire population of northeast Syria is not to be penalized to Turkish internal conflict with the PKK. The airstrike campaigns and subsequent destruction of civilian infrastructure appear to disproportionately impact the Kurdish population in northeast Syria, raising concerns about ethnic persecution. Targeting Kurdish majority areas and key services in these regions is an attempt to displace and suppress a specific ethnic group. Such actions not only disrupt such actions not only disrupt the provision of healthcare, but also cause extensive psychological and physical harm to the affected populations, creating a humanitarian catastrophe. The Turkish armed forces committed war crimes and crimes against humanity with the attacks on December the 25th and the destruction of medical facilities. Thank you for your attention.
Prosecutors, would you like to proceed with your next witness now? And we'll have questions from the judges at the end of this session.
After discussing the destruction of water and energy infrastructure, which of course affects health, and then the destruction of health centers, we would like now to go to the last topic of the day, which is actually the destruction of the environment, which is also, of course, an important matter for the possibility for people to continue to live in this area. And so, Dr. Howard is co-chair of the Holiday Society of Social Lawyers, and he's a lawyer in Ireland, and he studied the file of the destruction of the environment. He will make a presentation, and also there will be a witness, an expert witness on the matter which he will interrogate.
Madam President and distinguished members of the Tribunal, I will cover the illegal logging in Afrin, which has led to significant environmental and socio-economic impacts, threatening ecological stability and the livelihood of local communities. I'll proceed with the factual presentation. My colleague, Dr. Odysseus Christian, will outline the legal application of the facts. You could skip ahead, please. And again. So the Afrin region has experienced extensive deforestation, as documented in a 2023 report by Syrians for Truth and Justice and the Leyland Association for Victims in Afrin. I'll refer to this as a 2023 report. Logging activities have been rampant across 114 forest sites, with high degradation levels in 57 locations, moderate in 42, and low degradation in 15 sites. This systemic clearing of forests, primarily undocumented since 2018, suggests deforestation on a scale potentially reaching hundreds of thousands of trees. Next slide. So if you have a look at this map, you can see the red areas, which are the high degradation. You can also see the orange areas with moderate degradation, and the yellow with low degradation. And just a reminder, there's 57 high-level degradation sites identified there. If you go to the next slide, please. This photo is, these are two photos, one in 2013 in Mount Barca, where if you can see the red circle in the middle, you'll clearly see the difference in tree cover between the two photographs. And this is a depiction of the tree cover in Mount Barca. So the Levant Front established a monopoly over the forest areas in Mount Barca, cutting down trees for commercial purposes. The Front sold the harvested logs to merchants in Aziz, while it denied the area's local the Front sold the harvested logs to merchants in Aziz, while it denied the area's locals access to the forest to collect firewood. In the context of Turkey's presence in the region, TAX, which is a Dutch NGO, revealed there are a few dozen cases of Turkish military outposts that have been constructed amidst orchards, resulting in hundreds of trees cut down for both the base itself and fire line clearance around the military outposts. So again, if you just take a moment to observe the forest patch in 2018, and I'll flick on to 2023. I think if you look at the centre of the photo, and on the left and right, you'll see quite clearly the two patches. And then look at the centre again, and there's no patches available. Similarly, the forest patch in near Jamin, that's in 2020. And in 2022, you can see the difference. I'll go back for ease of reference. In the middle of the photograph, there's quite clear forest coverage. In the second, you can see where it's been diminished. So again, I provide another example where it's a forest patch on top of Tal Ziri, and you look at the difference between 2019 and 2022. Again, it's slightly different angles, but you can quite clearly see the patch of green forest that overlooks the area, and in the bottom photograph, it's gone. I provide a similar example, the forest patch near Kapor Safra in 2016. I think just to dwell on this for a second, if you consider how prominent the tree coverage is here, and then look again, the settlement has been constructed. Just for emphasis, you can quite clearly see the difference. Another example, again, look at the red, yellow, and blue squares as a point of reference. Gone. You can see quite clearly how much devastation that has been caused to the forest. So, what's to be done with all this logging activity? I think several sources in the 2023 report that SPJ interviewed give matching accounts about how the perpetrators market the cut trees. They confirmed that the factions controlled by Turkey sold one of the tree loads to timber merchants in Aziz city north of Aleppo. Notably, several merchants and brokers represent the involved factions in the city. They dispose of the logs by selling them to relief organisations to distribute as firewood to internally displaced persons, or smuggling them to GOS held areas. So just to give a quote, in the 2023 report there's significant other sources that are listed, but just on the issue of marketing of the logs and the forest trees that are cut down, an officer within a relief organisation identified as source 13 said, "We used to purchase logs and wood from Ilza's market to distribute to IDP camps. We bought logs cut down from the Barsa forest. We used to buy freshly cut logs because they are less costly than dried wood. This is why the Levant Front denied people access to Mount Barsa. The front cut down the Mount's trees and sold them to organisations which would distribute them in aid to IDPs." I think you'll recall the images of Mount Barsa that I showed earlier. Another source, a firewood merchant, stated, "In as is, 1 kilogram of firewood is sold for 2.5 to 3 Turkish lira. In GOS held areas, a kilogram is sold for twice that sum. Therefore, large quantities of firewood are trafficked from the region to GOS held areas for double the revenues. Firewood is trafficked through the 2 internal crossings, Tadil crossing controlled by the Sultan Murad division and the Sata crossing controlled by the Sham region and the Al-Hamza division." So, having digested the photographs and the logging activities and the marketing and legal sale of the logs, there's far-reaching environmental consequences. Highlighted here are soil erosion, increased sedimentation in waterways, carbon sinks destroyed, and biodiversity loss. Just quickly to go through these. With soil erosion, this activity diminishes the fertility of land that relies on forested areas to anchor soil and retain nutrients, and the risk of flooding is substantially increased. Increased sedimentation in waterways, which can degrade water quality and harm aquatic ecosystems. Carbon sinks destroyed. The Afrin forests play a vital role in climate mitigation. Their destruction not only reduces the capacity to absorb carbon dioxide, but also releases stored carbon back into the atmosphere, exacerbating climate change effects. And in terms of biodiversity loss, as deforestation fragments habitats, making it difficult for species to thrive and reproduce. This can lead to local extinctions and alter the ecological makeup of the region. And of course, for the people of Afrin, local communities, many of them are reliant on these forest resources for their livelihoods. They face substantial challenges. They face food insecurity and fuel scarcity. In terms of food insecurity, the forests offer essential resources such as food, fuel, medicine, and materials for construction and crafts. The depletion of these resources undermines food security, as these communities have less access to wild foods and agricultural products that depend on forest ecosystems. And fuel scarcity can lead to increased living costs and the need for sources of income, exacerbating poverty levels in already vulnerable populations. And of course, as has been alluded to earlier, there's community displacement and cultural disruption. In terms of community displacement, the loss of forests can force people to seek new areas for living and agricultural activities. This movement can strain resources and infrastructure in the host regions, compounding the socio-economic pressures. And the cultural disruption, as we know, humans are part of nature. Forests are often intertwined with local cultural practices and spiritual traditions. and their loss erodes cultural heritage and identity. So I'll now pass to my colleague, Dr. Christo, and he will take us through the legal application of the facts that I presented.
Thank you, Declan. Honorable members of the Tribunal, I will keep my comments short because I think up to this point actually a number of statements that I wanted to make have been already alluded to in other context. I will briefly reiterate that at the outset, the prosecution team relayed the caveat of the non-signatory nature of Turkey in international statutes. Therefore, the invocation of statutory provisions in international law refers to their customary nature in this respect. And furthermore, I will not go into a lot of detail into the legal analysis of these provisions. An elaborated legal opinion has been provided to the prosecution team. I will seek to answer the questions that I'm going to pose in terms mainly of the findings and the facts that have been presented to me immediately preceded by my colleague, which is whether, first of all, whether these phenomena that have been presented to you constitute crimes. Secondly, whether they are severe enough that they can be characterized as crimes of war and crimes against humanity. And also, as a more specific question, what would be the evaluative criteria in order to decide how to understand these phenomena from the perspective of international humanitarian law? And I will mainly focus on this. I will not keep repeating the same things, so you will see that the pattern that is created is to refer back to these specific criteria, which you can see in what you're seeing is not what I'm seeing. I think that the two presentations have given it's okay. I can just speak about it. I think you did not receive the presentation that I had before. So you will not see the criteria that I will relate to. First of all, the main question that we need to ask, like I said, are what are these criteria? Article 35, paragraph 3 of the additional protocol 1 to the Geneva Convention states the following: care shall be taken in warfare to protect the natural environment against three major criteria, as I will describe them: widespread, long-term, and severe environmental damage. Now, the first one of these, widespread, can be understood in two ways. Let me start with the more general one, which is whether we are witnessing widespread environmental damage in the totality of the damage that we witness. As my colleague has illustrated, there are multiple sites, more than 100, within a relatively confined geographical area that show that exhibit signs of environmental degradation, with a very high proportion of those, about half of those, exhibiting signs of high environmental degradation that would fulfill the criterion of widespread environmental damage. The second way in which we might interpret the use of the term widespread environmental damage is not in the totality, but in the evaluation of each site individually. And I will link that to the following provision. The statute of this tribunal in Article 5, paragraph 1, includes ecocide within its jurisdiction. And ecocide can be understood as the severe degradation of environmental habitats to the extent that they may not be salvageable, to the extent that that damage may be irreparable. In other words, the death for a specific environmental habitat to perish. So we can, from the examples that my colleague showed you of the entire
specific ecosystems having been completely dilapidated, completely withdrawn, completely overused, we can apply the term of widespread environmental damage, not only in its generality, but also in its specificity with respect to environmental side. Now, again, in reference to the evidence that my colleague provided, the criterion of long-term environmental damage can be understood from the perspective of the restitution of these environmental sites. In other words, how long it would take for the damage to be reversed. In fact, I would say, even though it is not within the confines of what we are discussing just now, but in other files that have been presented, we could say the same. For example, the destruction illustrated while looking at water and energy resources could be classified in the same way of the long-term impact of the damage, and again, the severity criterion can be understood also in the same context, and I think amply justified from the facts that my colleague presented. The second point that I wish to make is in reference to Article 55 of the additional Protocol 1 to the Geneva Convention that refers, and once again, I'm not going to a detailed analysis of everything that the article provides, but one major characteristic, which is to incorporate into the protection of the environment and environmental and natural resources a fundamental principle of the law of armed conflict. As the article states, environmental considerations are integrated into the planning and execution of military operations. And that invokes the fundamental principle, like I said, of military necessity. That the planning and execution of military operations must be justified from the perspective, and only the perspective, of some military advantage that is to be gained during armed operations. And as you can see from the evidence that was presented to you, it seems justified to state that that principle has been violated. In reference to the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, again, as was already said, the caveat mentioned earlier applies. There are several provisions, and I will go through them very, very briefly. First of all, the prohibition of intentionally attacking civilian objects, which would of course include environmental sites that are of a non-military nature. Notwithstanding, in other words, even the invocation of the principle of military necessity. Secondly, forbidding intentional attacks that will lead to two things. Number one, the incidental loss of life or injury to civilians, or secondly, the very criteria that I have already outlined. In other words, we see, like I said, involved time and again the same criteria for evaluating the extent of environmental damage and to evaluate whether that classifies as a crime of war or a crime against humanity. I don't need to answer the question again, I believe you already have. And thirdly, the prohibition of attacks against considerable public or private property, unless, once again, that destruction is imperatively demanded by the necessities of war, once again, including the principle of military necessity. So why am I repeating this? Because the statement that I have just made, unless such destruction is imperatively demanded by the necessities of war, incorporates another fundamental principle of the conduct of armed conflict, which is the principle of proportionality. In other words, that not only do the criteria for the necessity of the conflict, including certain targets, needs to be justified, but also that there is proportionality in the attack that is to take place. I will finish my brief statement. As I said, more extensively, you can find all justification in an analysis in the legal opinion, by very brief reference to the rules of customary international law that, again, have been outlined by the opening statement, in the opening statement of the prosecution team, so I will keep my comments very focused and, again, very brief. Rule 43 that defines the general principles with respect to the protection of the natural environment during the conduct of hostilities outlines three, again, fundamental criteria. The first is that no part of the natural environment may be attacked unless it is a military objective in accordance with the principles that we already outlined. Number two, that it is required more specifically by the imperative of military necessity. And number three, that necessity does not result in damage that is excessive in relation to, or as I've already said, proportional to the concrete and direct military advantage anticipated. Rule 44, with respect to due regard for the natural environment and military operations, reiterates this element of proportionality that I have just outlined by stating that the expected environmental harm from any military operation should not exceed or outweigh the direct military advantage anticipated. And lastly, Rule 45. My colleague made very specific mention in finishing his presentation of the effects of these environmental damage attacks on the population. Rule 45 specifically prohibits the destruction of the natural environment in such a way that it may be used as a weapon, or to use the parallels over time, to be weaponized against the population. And lastly, and I will finish with this statement, Rule 45 reiterates these three fundamental criteria that I mentioned at the outset. Was this damage widespread? Was this damage leading to long-term effects and also to severe effects? I believe the answer to all those three criteria is unfortunately in the affirmative. That leads us to conclude that these attacks can be understood as crimes of war or crimes against humanity in the way that the international legal framework defines them by evaluating these criteria. Thank you.
Thank you very much to those witnesses. It's now time for the judges to ask supplementary questions of, I think, any of the witnesses or experts or prosecutors who are present. So who wants to start?
Thank you to all the presenters of the last sessions. It's very, very useful information. So in terms of clarity and the energy infrastructure destruction, people then, and then I want to link that to Declan's point about the environmental degradation. So you've got an energy crisis, destruction of infrastructure. People will find alternate ways of generating energy. How does that impact the environment? So kind of giving the energy to the environment. Ruben, a question for Ruben.
Thanks. Okay. So the first question was how the ways in which the population attempts to get around the problems of energy supply, how that in turn affects the environment. So, for example, we've heard about displaced people buying the wood that has been illegally logged from the forest. So I don't know if that might be an example. So I don't know, Declan, do you want to deal with that?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So I think the difference is the widespread systemic nature of the energy usage and the way in which or gathering of wood for fuel for displaced persons just cannot be compared with the systemic approach undertaken at the level that we've seen, particularly whenever you can link it to illegal housing settlements. There is no population that is going to build housing infrastructure of that nature, or that will use the clearing of forest patches for military purposes in the way that the photographs outline.
Can I ask, just following on from that, do you assess the main motivation of the illegal logging to be profit for the militias who are doing it, or do you assess it as definitely part of the attack on the population, on the local population? Can you indicate what evidence there is either way?
Well, I think it can be both. General purpose, I think the psychological damage to the local communities is clear whenever their forests are being destroyed. It's also something that they're not going to readily accept from a cultural perspective. I'm not sure that looking at it one way or the other is going to undermine the actual indictment in terms of environmental crimes such as the scale that have been outlined.
May I, excuse me, may I add one thing? It's something that I said briefly, but we have witnesses who tell us about the fact that in the shortage of energy, simple people, used to use unhealthy materials for heating and for cooking, which caused immediately some diseases, immediately. And we don't know in the long term what might happen. But that was it, because they were out of any supply of energy. And they used even plastic, they tell. Even plastic was used somehow to cook coffee and so on. And you can imagine how dangerous for the environment and for the people in that environment it was.
Madam President, I have two questions. One particular to the witnesses on the destruction of environment. The two gentlemen may answer separately. And then the second question I ask would be addressed to any of the prosecutors, as if this may be a general question. The first question would be on the destruction of environment. Perhaps I missed it in the presentation, but the presentation did mention that the illegal logging there were evidence of illegal logging that were done by perpetrators, but perhaps this is what I missed. The link of the perpetrators to the Turkish officers. Perhaps I missed that somewhere in the presentations. How we can link this to the defendants in this case? Are there any are the perpetrators in however way influenced by the Turkish government or the officers thereof? Perhaps I missed that, so kindly elaborate on that. And my second question to the panel of the prosecutors, perhaps you could also elaborate on the different military operations that you have mentioned so far. In the opening statement, the prosecutors mentioned the Operation Euphrates Shield, the Operation Olive Branch, and the Operation Peace Scale that have been in operation in Afrin and the many parts of Rojava. And perhaps you could kindly elaborate for us how the defendants in these cases, in the present tribunal, the 5 defendants we have named, how they participated in these operations so that we could identify and be clear to us their accountability and their liability for the actions and the damage resulting in the implementation of these operations. These are the 2 questions, Madam President. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Yeah, in terms of the link with the perpetrators, in the presentation I did refer to one of the sources, and in the 2023 report there are numerous sources. I, for the purposes of time, reduced the presentation to that one particular source, but the evidence is backed up by numerous witnesses. There's geolocations presented in the report. There's table of the fauna. There's more detail in terms of the illegal logging practices and the marketing thereof. So without committing it all to memory, it is there in that report, and you can find it easy in terms of referring to those sources.
But as a follow-up, the panel of jurors will be able to receive a copy of your report, yes?
Yes, that's right.
On your second question, actually, in the presentation of Ecological, there was already some indications on the responsibility of each of these defendants, each of the 5 which we named. But I think, of course, you can only understand the responsibility of these individuals in the light of their leading role in both politically, military, field of intelligence, in a global operation where actually Turkey has combined, and that's what we try to clarify in the opening statement. Turkey has combined both indirect and direct types of intervention. At some points, Turkish military intervened directly, and that's the 3 major operations which not only they did it, but they actually announced it officially on the website of the Ministry of Defense of Turkey. Of course, always under the pretext of anti-terrorist operations. They're always conducting anti-terrorist operations against terrorists who are all over the place in the Kurdish area in Syria. And that is, of course, a pretext because it's obvious that the Syrian Kurdish forces have other things to do than to organize any kind of conflict with Turkey. They have been fighting ISIS, they have been preventing genocide on the Yazidi people, they have been confronting jihadi groups on the ground. So that is actually their activity, not committing any kind of violent act against Turkey. Nevertheless, Turkey always takes that as a pretext to say we have these terrorist people on the border, so we have to go into Syria to protect ourselves. And I think it was also, you guys have said that quoted some of the official statements where they always refer to the right of self-defense, which is of course totally unacceptable and unlawful reference to the right of self-defense under the UN Charter. There is no aggressive action from Syria against Turkey. There is no aggressive action from the Kurds in Syria against Turkey. So there is, of course, no matter of self-defense. So we have clearly a pretext. then the action is always a combination. Official military campaigns to establish a buffer zone, to etc. And at the same time, which leads to occupation of territory, because each of these operations has led to an extension of the territory held by Turkey. And then there is the management of these territories, and also, I would say, the violence, the use of violence in the intermediate period, which is then, to a certain extent, to a large extent, outsourced to these jihadi groups, which are actually acting under the direct control of the Turkish authorities, and there's also hardly a mystery about that. When these groups took over Damascus in December, immediately Turkish ministers traveled to Damascus and had so-called talks with these people, and actually they have been there all the time. The ties have been there all the time. And tomorrow we will have a witness on this particular point, on the ties between the Turkish authorities and these jihadi groups. But I think you have to understand it as a continuum, where from time to time the Turkish armed forces intervene. In between those military interventions, the violence is to a large extent, there are still Turkish forces on the ground, but the violence is then outsourced to a large extent to these jihadi groups, who have all their own agenda and their own program and their own, but the common point is that they act under the control of the Turkish authorities. And of course, it's to some extent it's convenient to do this, because then of course the worst crimes you can always say it's not us, it's these groups. It's not our responsibility. So I think it's important to understand that continuum and that cooperation between these different forms of intervention by Turkey on the ground. But of course, there are many materials, pictures available of Turkish institutions establishing themselves in, for example, in Afrin, there are Turkish police. I was told earlier today, Turkish post offices. The Turkish lira is the currency that is used in these areas. I was told that immediately after the takeover by these groups of the area of Aleppo in December, immediately you could not use your Syrian mobile phone anymore. Because if you use your Syrian mobile phone, actually were in a roaming, so you had to pay extra. The only SIM cards that still worked in Aleppo at that time were Turkish SIM cards. So they immediately connected the communication network to the Turkish communication network. And so there's a whole series of indications of this kind which show very clearly that Turkey is conducting the show. Turkey is actually controlling this and using these groups, arming them, using them to exert actually terror on the population whenever they need terror to be exerted on the population. When you need the people to run away, then when you use these jihadi groups to do the job, when the people run away, then you come with your post offices and your communication and your police stations, etc., and you occupy the territory. That is actually the dynamics of what is going. I hope that answers.
Thank you very much.
I have another general question, which any of the prosecutors can maybe help me with. You and I think Heike have talked about the way in which the Turkish actions in Syria are justified by the use of the pretext of terrorism. So I want to ask you about how this spreads through the international community, how Turkey has managed to persuade allies also to treat the friends of the Kurds as terrorists. So, for example, people returning from fighting with the YPG in Syria against ISIS have been harassed on return to their countries when they come home to Europe, European countries, or to the UK. In some cases they have been arrested, in some cases they've been prosecuted. Kurdish cultural centres have been raided. The PKK is proscribed in many countries. And I want your opinion as to how Turkey has managed to do this, and whether you think the international community can be persuaded to change its mind on these issues and not to accept the Turkish narrative of terrorism.
Okay, I'll try to make some comments that I think maybe some of the people from different countries can jump in and speak about different situations. At first, I would like to say this is a delicate question because, yes, it's a difficult question because from a formal point of view, at least, I think that most European countries tried to pretend that they differentiated PKK, which is in conflict, which is Turkish organization, which has a conflict with the Turkish authorities, to differentiate the PKK from the Syrian Kurds. So I think the official discourse in most countries is that we don't put the two on the same level. So yes, PKK as a Turkish organization is criminalized as being a terrorist organization. There's only one country, and I'm a little bit proud of it, in Europe that, where at least the judiciary said that it's not a matter of terrorism but of armed conflict, that is Belgium. But on the other hand, still the Belgian executive continues to consider PKK as a terrorist organization because they maintain PKK on the terrorist list. It's the judiciary that said, no, this is a matter of armed conflict, and the laws of war apply, not anti-terrorism. But I think it's it's a rather unique situation. So yes, PKK is in most countries criminalized as being terrorists. The official discourse is very often, yeah, but the Syrian Kurds are a little bit different. The practice, I think, is very often much more confusing and much more diverse. Again, maybe from my experience, the case that court case that led to the decision saying that the PKK is a party to an armed conflict and not a terrorist organization, actually initially included also Iranian and Syrian Kurds supposed to be under the control of PKK. And so the Syrian representatives of Syrian Kurds in Belgium were also prosecuted in the same case. And when we argued that this was actually not even the official position, that in official discourse the distinction was made, the prosecutor said, no, but all this is one. They're all under the PKK and all the rest is rubbish. So I said it's a complicated question because there is somehow a difference between the official discourse and at the same time the practice. Now, I know that for example, in several countries, I think in the UK, it was like that people who participated with the YPJ, who went to Syria to fight on the side of the YPJ during the whole campaign against ISIS, were actually criminalized and prosecuted for terrorist acts. And in the Belgian trial, when we raised this strange situation where at the same time the boots on the ground, which were the allies of the coalition against ISIS, who were mainly the Kurds, because nobody else was on the ground, and that at the same time they were prosecuted as terrorists in Belgium. The prosecutor said, it's not because you fight terrorists that you're not a terrorist. So that way the problem was solved. It's terrorists fighting terrorists, and so that was the position the prosecutor. So I think there are various positions. Various countries have different approaches to this question. But it's clear that there is a strong tendency, and it's very strange that sometimes, while the US at the same time have a coalition with somehow with the YPJ and work together at least with a working relation with the YPJ in the struggle against ISIS, at the same time you can see very often that the United States are pushing very hard for criminalization of PKK and YPJ at the same time. So there's a kind of strange position that might need a psychiatrist more than I think it's political. It's a political matter, of course. It's a matter of policy where I would say both approaches are used, and one approach is useful, they will go for that, and when the other approach is useful, they will go for something else. So that is, and then maybe others can speak about the situation in different countries.
Just want to make one additional comment for the report. I prefer not to call it as Turkey's success. Because I think there are two different dimensions here. One is the regional conflict, which has more than one state actor. So this means that those states who are coming together with the same benefit, with the same expectations, they just ignore each other's crimes. And of course they ignore their accountability. And the other thing is, like, for instance, if you focus on the European Union in general, as an institution, except then Turkey has a different identity with the European Union as the border police country, which has to provide all the migration flow to the European Union. So I think I agree with you on this question has different answers, but it is very clear that this is, we can look at a success, but I believe that this is mostly about the political relationship of different states doing something all together and just letting Turkey to do whatever they want to do within the common aims, let's say. And when it changes, then there might be some reactions, but I think it is a political question, more than yours.
I agree with my colleagues of the prosecution team. I think we need another tribunal to answer to this question, but I want to make some points that, in my opinion, are relevant. We know that PKK is on the blacklist, but I think we have to distinguish between the diplomatic level of the relation of the single countries in EU with Turkey and Syria and YPG or EDP or PKK, because we know the Turkish tend to assimilate PKK to EDP, to YPG, to autonomous countries. So this is one level, and then this is also the legal level. So most part of the country have not a clear approach on that. For example, I can talk about Italy. Italy is one of the countries where you can show PKK flag or YPG flag during a demonstration without being persecuted criminally. But of course, if you are a foreign fighter supporting YPG, this is not criminalized if you go back in the country. And at the legal level, but of course you can be subjected to some control because of reason of security of the country, of public order and terrorist policies and so on. But for example, if you talk about asylum or extradition, in Italy, asylum, refugee status, and extradition is denied to Turkey for all Turkish and Kurdish and citizens that are members, for example, of PKK, but also of EDP or Syrian of Democratic Confederalism institution or YPG, and they have also had support. But this to say that legally our court recognizes that there is an assimilation that is unlawful by Turkish authorities between PKK and between political parties in Turkey representing Kurdish and also in Syria. There is an assimilation between what is the YPG and between what is the administration of Democratic Confederalism and Rojava institution. And this, in the view of Italian courts, is illegal, and also there is a violation of human rights of civilians coming from these groups, and so the human rights are guaranteed with the denial of the extradition and the refugee status. But there is also cooperation of Turkey with the Turkish authorities because of course, of migrant issues that is very sensitive in a lot of European countries. Tomorrow we will show also talking about this kind of relation inside Rojava. We will see that also it's not clear the relation that is between the U.S. occupation, U.S. presence in the territory and the Russian presence in the territory during the military operation. And we will see, for example, that the U.S. destroyed a drone coming from Turkey to attack the civilian population, and this was in all the newspapers because Erdogan was very upset that they were, in one moment, the US were obstaculating military operation with drones attack. So I think maybe we can try this to focus on this aspect that is quite relevant about the position of external forces of other states in the territory in the territory of the canton of Rojava during the military operation and their reaction to the unlawful war crimes committed from Turkey against Syria.
I just want to make a very short comment on the previous question about the military operations and the relations with Turkey and the Turkish leadership. In the file number 1 that we have presented, there are 2 media reports. One is of October 4th, 2019, and the other one is 6th October 2019, where basically it's the president of Turkey, Erdogan, who presents the launching of Operation Spring. It takes the ownership of the operation in both these media reports. On the 1st 4 October 2019, he called for the launching of operation on October 6th. He explained the goals of this operation, taking the ownership of the operation. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. If there's no just one more thing to I think Randy also provided you with screenshots from the Ministry of Defense of Turkey. There you will see detailed explanations about each operations. Even you will see some graphics of chronological way of explaining the incidents, and if you check the statements, and we provided this, while we check the statements and then the incidents, let's say a civilian object destroyed, then magnitude we know, because this sort of fighting with terrorism is something we know, and whenever we saw such a statement, then we check what is happening in the region, and we can identify the link. Thanks. I think Rashid, do you have another question?
Heike, this is for you. You've spoken about the destruction of infrastructure, and I think all speakers have done that, whether it's the energy sector, whether it's the health sector. But is there a targeted killings also of the medical staff? Because it's one thing to destroy infrastructure, but also what we see in Gaza is a targeted and extermination of staff, whether it's in schools, whether it's in medical facilities. Is that something that has come up in your research?
So fortunately, there was no dead people from the staff. We got only one person, the 65-year-old here, I don't remember the name, who was he was passed away because of missing his kidney dialysis treatment, but fortunately, nobody was killed.
From a judicial point of view, I would like to ask, I don't know if responding, but which is the evidence in Turkish jurisdiction that an act was committed by some people who came from Rojava? There is no trial to demonstrate this. And so it's a sort of assumption without any justification and assumption. Yeah, you can say that the PKK is connected to the PKK crimes, but which is the evidence about the commission of crimes, terrorist crimes in Turkey?
Yes, of course, that is, you're absolutely right. I think that is the whole confusion Turkey tries to create. So, actions of, actually there is already confusion in Turkey itself. Because when we studied in the framework of this Belgian case, the conflict in Turkey, we had a whole series of very clear examples where events happened. Turkey then, Turkish officials made statements about terrorism, etc. And then at the end, sometimes 2 years later, 3 years later, evidence showed up that actually the Kurds had nothing to do with the incident. There was, for example, a whole incident where they said we were able to stop a planned bomb attack in Ankara with a bomb card, etc. And then actually later it appeared that it was a black propaganda action by factions of the military who organized this. So there is confusion about the situation in Turkey. There are also different Kurdish groups in Turkey. Some groups do indeed commit bomb attacks, etc. But the PKK as such has always been an armed force of the PKK, because there is actually a real armed conflict, have always been very clear on and also denied not only participation but condemned certain acts. Turkey confuses everything. Turkey said it's all PKK and it's all the responsibility of PKK, and so an act, whatever act is attributed to them. If you look at it from the broader perspective of the region, it goes even much further, because a common, I would say, some common aspects of political views between Turkish Kurdish organizations and Syrian Kurdish organizations. There are, of course, ideological and political parallels between these organizations. Are then used to say, yeah, but all this is operationally one thing. And so, if an organization which is not even PKK launches a bomb attack in Turkey, we say it's a terrorist attack, maybe rightly. We attribute it to the PKK. Then we say that the PKK is linked to the YPG in Syria, so we can bomb Syria because this something happened in Ankara. And that is the logic which is followed. Actually, it's rather, I would say, it's rather, it's not very refined as an argument. Right? It's just, I would say, blunt propaganda. So your question is there an investigation? No, there is no investigation. Right? Because there is no acts. There's nothing to investigate. It's no juridical basis.
There's no juridical basis to justify the action in Rojava.
Absolutely not likely. The reference to the right of self-defense as it is enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations, I think it's probably one of the most blunt violations, or I would say, it's an interpretation which is absolutely unsustainable. It's impossible to say that this has something to do with the right to self-defense.
This comes before the fact that Turkish hit civil society, not the terrorism in Rojava.
The terrorism in Rojava, they armed it and they organized it to a large extent. In the opening statement and with a series of references which I did not quote in the oral intervention, but which are in the text, there is a lot of evidence that Turkey, especially in the beginning of the conflict, very largely contributed to the armament and financing ISIS, even ISIS. Not only the pro-Turkish jihadi groups, but ISIS as such. The picture the Russians showed in the Security Council on the oil trade, for example. ISIS actually was financed by the oil trade, and all the oil went through Turkey. So I think we have very clear indications there that Turkey, if one can speak about terrorist groups in Syria, Turkey largely contributed for these groups to be able to continue to commit crimes, and on the other hand, then points the finger at the Kurds, saying you're terrorists, as a pretext for so-called right of defense, which I think has no meaning.
But my question wasn't. No, I wasn't. My question wasn't wider. Just no. On the other end, I would like to pose this question: which which evidence there is a lack of access to international, effective national legal mechanism by the autonomous authority in Rojava and the civil society, where there is an effective jurisdiction in the Rojava. Nobody touched this point. So this is a crucial question to examine for the Tribunal, Permanent Tribunal of People, to understand if there are remedies that could be acted before to
Yes, we'll submit an expert opinion on this question to the tribunal, and we'll also have tomorrow somebody who will read out this expert opinion to the tribunal. So I suggest, with your permission, to see if tomorrow
Tengo dos preguntas concretas para los fiscales. La primera pregunta viene relacionada con toda una serie de hechos que se han descrito a lo largo de las sesiones. Se han mencionado matanzas, se han mencionado casos de torturas y en algunos casos de torturas con resultado de muerte. Se ha mencionado la limpieza étnica y al mismo tiempo, en algunas de las intervenciones, abiertamente se menciona que el propósito, que la estrategia, tanto de las fuerzas turcas como de los grupos yihadistas, es erradicar abiertamente la presencia kurda en estos territorios, pero incluso abiertamente también se habla de eliminar la identidad kurda. Incluso hace poco se ha mencionado un Twitter de Erdogan donde él, de forma pública, abiertamente, habla de eliminar el PKK y por asociación, según la lógica del gobierno turco, eliminar el resto de kurdos. Claro, esto parece apuntar a que se están reuniendo los elementos objetivos y subjetivos o que se están creando las condiciones y circunstancias para la comisión de un genocidio. No sé qué opinión le merece al respecto a los miembros de la Fiscalía. Esto por un lado. Y en otro orden de cosas, una cuestión que viene relacionada con algo que se ha mencionado ahora. Y viene conectado con el papel posiblemente económico y empresarial. Bien, en este sentido, esta mañana se ha dicho y ahora también se ha mencionado que el comercio ilegal de petróleo abiertamente ha financiado a los grupos yihadistas y que este petróleo ha ido desde estos territorios kurdos directamente a Turquía. ¿Se sabe qué compañías turcas han comprado este petróleo o si acaso son compañías occidentales? Porque la verdad es que existen distintos precedentes a nivel internacional que ahora mismo se están enjuiciando precisamente en distintos tribunales europeos. Por ejemplo, hay tribunales en Suiza, como pueden saber, que está juzgando el llamado caso Colmar por la extracción ilegal del petróleo en Libia por parte de esta empresa suiza. O al mismo tiempo también la Fiscalía en Suecia está investigando la extracción de petróleo también ilegal en el caso Lundin desde Sudán del Sur. Entonces se sabe esta complicidad empresarial quiénes son para poder ampliar los cargos a estos responsables que han comprado y financiado directamente estos ataques contra la población kurda.
We cover it as a part
this process was itself focused on ignoring the Kurdish identity and establishing a Turkish identity by opening some institutions, and just in Turkey for years and years, and still Kurdish language was forbidden. This discrimination, this chauvinist perspective of Turkey is there since the establishment. So, but this doesn't, but it is not possible for us to say today whether this is possible or not. But I believe that, since years, Turkey is an occupied force in a region, and even though we do not see, we cannot call a potential for the future, we see what has happened in years, including a lot of serious crimes. I cannot say this is not a possibility, but I also cannot speculate whether this is a possibility for the future. I would prefer to focus on these Turkey relations and how it was problematic in last 100 years. We just need to remember what we discussed in Paris in 2018, what had happened in Cizre, in Sur, in Turkey's land, how people could not go out, how the Turkey was announced. All these are summarized in the position of Turkey. So how can anyone say that no, it's not possible? No, I cannot say that. It is. In history, Turkey committed genocide, crime, even though still didn't hold accountable. Yes, this might be a possibility, of course, all the time, but I think for now, for the future, it's kind of perspective. I think focus on the time that we have for the investment.
I would like to say this about your question. I think you're absolutely right when you say that all the premises for genocide are there. There is violence, chauvinism, racism against the Kurdish population. There is the obvious will to, I would say, engineer, do ethnical engineering in the area, and to replace the Kurdish population by, as we were told, Arab refugees, Sunni Arab refugees, and Turkmens. And so I would say the building stones are all there, as far as I'm concerned. And there is, of course, the violent actions that are now committed to, I would say, to trigger the process and to gradually organize indeed this replacement of the Kurdish population. But of course, you know, as I know that if you start discussing genocide, then you get into a very complicated discussion on whether yes or no. The level to which all this has already developed has passed the, I would say, the level of which is necessary to be able to say that this is a genocidal action. I think what has been done to the Yazidis, for example, by these jihadi groups was obviously genocidal. And by the way, not only to the Yazidis, but also to Shia communities. The intention was there, and also by ISIS and the other jihadi groups, the Christian communities. I think that was genocide. I visited, for example, a Christian village in Iraq, a small city in Iraq, immediately after ISIS was kicked out. And one of the things ISIS did in that village was to unearth, to open all the graves of people, even when they were dead for 50, 60, for decades, and separated the skulls from the rest of the body. So they decapitated even the dead, even people who were dead. So I think in these groups there is genocidal, obviously genocidal practices and intent. But we thought that it was, instead of getting into the discussion whether the actual, what Turkey is now doing in Rojava has already reached the level of genocide, we thought it was more, I would say, better to not to get entangled into that discussion and to concentrate on what is obvious. As far as we're concerned, it's obvious crimes against humanity. It's obviously a crime of forced displacement and ethnic engineering. We think there can be no discussion about that. But I agree with you, personally, I agree with you that all the seeds, at least all the building stones for genocide are present in the situation. But we chose to go for what we think is established beyond any doubts and submit that to this record. Then the illegal oil market, I have personally known, the only thing I know is that in the very beginning of the conflict, and that's when the Russians showed these pictures to the Security Council, I've read the information, but I don't know to what extent it's substantiated, yes or no. Russia showed a convoy of trucks transporting oil from the ISIS areas to Turkey, and by the way, bombed some of it. Russia at that time bombed some of these trucks. And I read information saying that these trucks belong to the son of President Erdogan. But I don't know to what extent it's substantiated, yes or no. So I want to be careful on this one.
For this one, there are some indicators. Of course, we do not know yet any names, like company names, etc. But at least once there was one Turkish politician who made a statement about the situation of the olive oils in the region, and within the statement there he was mentioning, like Ecological was mentioning that the government would be confiscating olives grown in the region in order to prevent them from being processed and sold by the Kurdish forces. So the same sort of argumentation. And Ecological was the Turkish Minister of Agriculture at the time. So we at least have one supportive statement, and also again the local NGOs published a detailed reports about the situation in the region. This we cannot yet prove, but it is told that from the starting point of the conflict until now, the profit that Turkey made through the olives is assumed around 80 million euros. We also submit an article about it, but again, for us now, the proof fact is what, like, is the example Jan gave, and we have one statement from the Ministry of Agriculture of Turkey, which makes it very clear. I was listening to the question through the translation. Maybe I also misunderstood the first one, because I thought that you were asking for a potential for the future.
So yeah, I think there is, and of course, the decision you will take, I hope, will contribute to be able to launch that discussion also in international forum, and to push for investigations into these matters, to more, I would say, in-depth investigations in these matters. I think it's important to denounce the facts, to indicate clearly why these types of actions are crimes against international crimes, and at the same time, yes, there is a lot of still to discover and a lot to investigate.
If I can add something, I want to join the request of my colleagues saying that during this day we are like doing a puzzle or a mosaic together. So in every session we give you like a little piece, and at the end we can see that the intensity of crimes against humanity and war crimes and the integrated impact that they have on the civilian population can give some point of reflection to talk about genocide that can be, as my colleagues told, can be elaborated for the future by the Tribunal. And this proposal will give you a very interesting text of an academic professor of Venice University, Laudo Zagato, that talked about cultural genocide of Kurds, considering the persecution of Kurds not only in Syria but coordinated in Bakur, Bashur, and also in Europe with technique of assimilation. So force, as we saw today, force young children to learn Turkish and Arab and to limitate the expression of their identity as Kurds, with the replacement, with the attack to facility, but also with the criminalization of the identity, with the humiliation. And tomorrow we will see also with the political femicide, so with this widespread attack against women politicians as expression of a different system of power that want to be attacked. And I think it is quite relevant to consider also how the techniques that has been used before 2018 in the period of the curfew in the Turkish municipality has been applied and became more cruel with the same purpose in Syria. Just to give an example, to attack the pillar of the democratic confederalism, that is the expression of the identity of Kurdish people, during the curfew, the women co-president of all the municipality were detained, saying that this co-presidency system was an expression of terrorism and was not acceptable for Turkey. So it was international observer in Israel. I think I saw at least during the year 5 or 6 co-chair of the municipality going regularly to prison. Now what is happening in Syria? That the co-chair, women having the co-presidency of something, some political or civil position are not in prison, are directly killed with drones or with arbitrary execution. So this means that this kind of technique of repression of the Kurdish identity that is represented by the ideology of the democratic confederalism is going to, is started in the past, but is now today in Syria and also with the operation in Iraq Kurdistan is having another level, another intensity that maybe can arrive to make clear the puzzle as a genocidal politics.
We've had a very full and informative and harrowing session today, so we will draw this session to a close. I hope we'll see you tomorrow.